All right. We're rocking and rolling tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IWN YouTube channel. I'm your host, IWN, and we, in this, we, us, as a live chat, me. Nah, I'm just kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm IWN, and this is your WWE AEW Sunday Night News. We got a whole bunch of news to go over, including news on Sammy Guevara, Eddie Kingston, Solo Sikoa, Indy Hartwell, Thunder Rosa, CM Punk, Colt Cabana, you name it. We got so many news to go over. I think I might run out of breath by the time I go over all this fucking news. Holy shit, it's unbelievable. So yes, we're going to go over the news coming out of last week. And before we do that, if you guys are new, hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell for all notifications so you don't miss a single watch along, a single review, and a single news live stream that goes live each and every single week here on the channel. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Turn on that bell for all notifications. And most importantly, hit the thumbs up on the stream. Your thumbs up and your comments and your support helps me out, and it helps out the channel in a lot of ways possible. Follow me on Instagram, you can add me on Facebook, and you can add me on Snapchat. The links to all of my account names are in the description below. Also, I have my WWE Clash at the Castles and WWE NXT versus NXT UK Worlds Collide watch-alongs scheduled for this weekend. So, I encourage you to go over there and hit the like button on both watch-alongs. And hit the like button on my SmackDown watch-along as well. I got that scheduled for this Friday. I got everything you need already scheduled for this week. New content coming to the channel, and that includes this right here. So, folks, you ready to hear the news coming out of last week? I'm ready. I don't know about you all. I'm ready. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. And I can sit here and tell you that I finally get to do news live streams again. And I'm very happy for that. And I'm very happy I can do that again. Every Sunday night. I think every Sunday night I'm going to start doing news live stream episodes. So, that means episode 1 will be next Sunday night. Episode 2 will be the Sunday after next. And then so on. Folks, we're going to go ahead and get to it, man. I know you guys are ready to hear the news as much as I am. We're going to start with the news on Colt Cabana, reportedly blasted for creating backstage issues in AEW. So it says here that Colt Cabana had not been seen. He had not been seen in AEW programming for quite case for both Dynamite and Dark episodes. Now, fans have been wondering the reason behind his will. He was also blasted recently. It was previously reported that Cabana was expected to be cut before several members of the roster spoke up against it. This was said to be due to his bitter relationship with Punk. That does not surprise me at all, and it shouldn't surprise anybody in the chat. Numerous talent went to bat for Cabana as he is well liked backstage. I don't know about that. from what I heard, he's not well liked backstage. That's from what I heard from sources in the community. Even recently, CM Punk cut a shoot promo on Adam Page, which made him have backstage heat in AEW. It was believed that Cabana's status is the source of a lot of breaking points in AEW. So you mean to tell me Cabana is not only the issue with the CM Punk and Heyman Page backstage heat? You mean to tell me Colt Cabana is the problem of this Thunder Rosa, Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter backstage heat too? Man, sounds to me like Colt Cabana needs to stop sticking his fucking nose where it doesn't belong and mind his damn business. That's what Colt Cabana needs to be doing at this point. While speaking on the Jim Cornette Experience podcast, Jim Cornette blasted Colt Cabana for being useless and for creating backstage issues at AEW. I don't blame Jim Cornette for doing that. Colt Cabana is known for doing that. He's known for doing that in some wrestling promotions. It's not often that you're going to see somebody doing that. If Colt Cabana is an issue backstage, Tony Khan needs to effectively, immediately release him from the company. That's what needs to happen. That, or he needs to put some sense into Colt Cabana and talk to him and tell him, hey, you cannot be doing all this fucking bullshit. You can't be causing all this commotion backstage. People are trying to keep their jobs right now. Hell, it's hardly tough seeing people out here without jobs, you know? You know what I'm saying? So Colt Cabana needs to just mind his own business, and he needs to stop sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. And I don't know what the heck's going on with the CM Punk, Adam Page backstage heat, but that needs to stop. AEW is supposed to be about respect. It's supposed to be professional wrestling, not getting news on backstage heat or Thunder Rosa fighting Britt Baker backstage or Jamie Hayter punching Thunder Rosa's nose. AEW, every single AEW male and female talent on that roster, on that brand, needs to show some love and respect for each other. They need to respect one another. Because if you don't respect one another, then you're not going to like one another. If you don't work together, then it's more than likely that one of them are going to leave. And I don't want to see CM Punk leaving the company. Guys, there is a spider on my wall. There is a spider, literally a spider on my wall. I'm not kidding. I'm not even joking. I'm looking right at it. And I'm about to get this damn thing, too. I'm about to get it. I don't know what kind of spider that is, but that's got to go. Sorry about that, guys. A spider was on my wall and I had to kill it. If I didn't kill it, it would have crawled on my bed and would have easily bit my leg, my arm, or my forehead. I had to get it. It's a distraction. So, anyways, back to what I was reading. While speaking on the Jim Cornette Experience podcast, Jim Cornette blasted Colt Cabana for being useless for creating backstage issues in AEW. He said, and I quote, "It's over, Colt Cabana." He questioned that. And then, I can understand if CM Punk had come in and suddenly laid fire or diminished or sent to the side Bryan Danielson or even Jericho. He has got name value or some major. Even Jungle Boy calls. They liked him because he got cut hair. Cornette said that would have been one thing but a fucking guy who was completely and utterly useless in every way to begin with, Colt Cabana, wasn't pushed. He wasn't even promoted, and he meant nothing to the show. The revenue, nothing. That's what Jim Cornette had to say. So we will have to wait and see whether the backstage environment in the company will be better or not. Now, one thing's for sure, for the time being, things do not look good for the company. Tony Khan needs to get his head on the swivel. Something. He needs to get himself together. Tony Khan needs to fix his roster. His roster is not getting along. His roster keeps getting into backstage fights. His roster keeps cursing at one another. And he needs to do something about it. He needs to fix all this going into All Out, because if he doesn't, things are going to get even worse. Things are going to get even worse going into All Out if Tony Khan doesn't fix all these backstage heats and fights going on in AEW. WWE, they had this type of shit happen before. That doesn't mean it was solved. Now, I got to ask you guys a question. Everybody in the chat, I got to ask you a question. Let me know in the live chats right now what your take is on this story coming out of last week. This story on Colt Cabana, reportedly blasted for creating backstage issues in AEW. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think should happen? Do you think Tony Khan should put some sense into Colt Cabana? Do you think Tony Khan should talk to Colt Cabana and tell him, hey, you can't be causing any harm or any commotions. You can't be saying things that you shouldn't be saying backstage? Or do you think Tony Khan is going to permanently fire Colt Cabana? I think that's the way to do it. Either release Colt Cabana or fire him. Colt Cabana has no right to be causing harm. He has no right to be starting shit backstage. That's not cool. That's not professional at all. Not professional at all. And if he keeps on being negative backstage, if he keeps on getting wrestlers to start stuff with other wrestlers backstage, then he's going to get fired. So Colt Cabana needs to get himself together and mind his business and stick to being himself. That's what he needs to do. Because it is not going well in the long run for this guy. That's all I'm going to say about that. Again, let me know in the live chat what you think of this Colt Cabana story. Now, and folks, we've already started at the bottom. We're going from the bottom to the top. So, just so you know, I've already given you the news on Colt Cabana reportedly blasted for creating backstage issues in All Elite Wrestling. Now, next we have news on AEW Dynamite and WWE NXT likely set to clash in October. Now, I don't know if this is a good idea. I mean, Triple H is in charge, and he's head of creative and talent relations. But the question is, will NXT even win over AEW? Well, my answer is no, because they don't have they have lack of star power. They don't have much stars on the NXT roster right now, and nothing's going well for NXT 2.0. Things are not working out on that brand like they should be. Meanwhile, things are going well with AEW. It's just the only problem with AEW is this backstage heat and all these backstage fights that keep happening that Tony Khan needs to sort out and solve. I really hope that Tony Khan talks to Colt Cabana. I really do. I really, really do, man. He needs to. Tony Schiavone, Taz, somebody needs to talk to him. Somebody needs to give him some advice. Because he's going to wind up getting himself into trouble. Colt Cabana is going to wind up in jail. And never mind wind up fired, he may even wind up getting jumped by AEW fans for creating criticism or creating backstage heat. You know? Shit like this happens, man. Shit like this is nothing new to me, and it shouldn't be nothing new to any of you that's in the live chat watching and listening to what I have to say about all this news. Now, there's some news. Like I said, there's some news on AEW Dynamite and NXT set to clash in October. It says here that WWE and AEW's Wednesday night war started in October 2019 as AEW Dynamite and NXT went head-to-head every week in order to see who would come out the better show. Does that matter to any of us in the community? It doesn't. All that matters is better professional wrestling. We want better shows. We want fresh new storylines. We want fresh new matches. We want good professional wrestling. As long as we get good professional wrestling, we all, as a community, as wrestling fans, should be fine. If we're not getting good professional wrestling, then that is a problem. That legitimately is an issue. If we're not getting good professional wrestling, if we're not getting good matches on Rampage and Dynamite and Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. If we're not getting good matches on any of those brands, that is a huge fucking problem. That's a huge big deal. So AEW Dynamite would win in the ratings war for the majority of the time. The wars finally came to an end in April last year after NXT moved to Tuesday nights. Now, for 76 weeks, the war between the two brands raged on, and only on one occasion, AEW lost in the key 18 to 49 demographic rating against NXT. This was seen as a shock to many, but AEW bounced back. While speaking on Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer noted that AEW Dynamite and NXT will be going head-to-head once again on October the 18th, which will be the first time they clash in over a year. So, folks, you need to put this on your calendar or something. So that way, when you know NXT's losing, then you will have a solution and answer and figure out why they're losing. I just told you why they're going to lose. I just explained it. This is due to Major League Baseball's post-season schedule. So, he says, and I quote, AEW and WWE will have dates changed due to the upcoming Major League playoffs. There will be an October the 17th head-to-head on Tuesday night with Dynamite in Cincinnati. No, Cincinnati, not Cincinnati. Cincinnati. In Cincinnati and NXT, the first time they've gone head-to-head in over a year. Now, I'm sure, Dave Meltzer said, I'm sure both will load up their shows as AEW is in on an unfamiliar night. NXT, I'm sure they will load up their show as well. And I quote, all that was being said, that was from Dave Meltzer. That's what he said. That's all what he said. So, we'll have to wait and see whether NXT will end up defeating AEW Dynamite, which they will not. Not if Triple H hasn't made a change to NXT yet. Triple H hasn't even made not one change to NXT yet. How the fuck is NXT going to defeat AEW when Triple H hasn't even made one change to NXT 2.0 yet? The black and gold brand hasn't even came back yet. Triple H is focusing on the main roster right now. He is not focusing on NXT 2.0 right now. And he won't be until he is ready to. So AEW Dynamite is definitely going to win big time over NXT. If the head-to-head on Tuesday night with Dynamite in Cincinnati actually happens. Now, when two shows finally clash again in a couple of months, it's been a while since AEW and NXT bout, and a lot has changed since then. Indeed. Are you guys excited for AEW Dynamite versus NXT again? In the live chat below. Don't be afraid to comment in the live chat. I am not a robot. I am a human being. I'm African American. Don't be shy to comment in the live chat. I want to know your thoughts on this story. I want to know every single person that's watching. I want to know every single person's thoughts on this story. Hassan, what's your thought on this story, man? Are you guys excited for AEW Dynamite versus NXT again? I don't know if I can be excited, but I'm excited for AEW Dynamite, seeing that they're going to defeat NXT again. I think this will straighten. I think that'll straighten part of the backstage heat and fights that's going on in AEW. I don't know. Maybe. It may not. You never know. We'll have to find out when October gets here. Hopefully by the time October gets here, everything in AEW will be back to normal. There won't be to where it won't be no more backstage heats, no more fights. Hopefully. Hoping to God. Because we've seen enough of that in AEW as it is now. I don't want to see CM Punk get released. I don't want to see Adam Page leaving AEW to go to WWE. I mean, we don't want to see none of that. It's just Tony Khan needs to focus on solving these backstage heats and fights going into All Out. Because if he doesn't, again, things are going to get worse. And once again, AEW Dynamite is going to defeat NXT in October. Triple H might not even make changes to NXT by then. We don't know that yet until October gets here. So we'll see. All right. There's some news. There's a whole bunch of news on CM Punk. So, as you guys know, CM Punk was ripped off for creating a bad precipitation of Adam Page in promo. This was last week. CM Punk debuted last year at AEW Rampage, the first dance, and instantly became one of their top stars. He became one of their top stars. Makes me want to hop in the cop car when I hear this, man. Anyways, he worked with several top stars since then, especially, again, Adam Page. The Second City Saint kicked off AEW Dynamite last week with a promo. He called out Adam Page and issued a rematch to him for the title. However, Page never showed up, and CM Punk dubbed the entire as less important. He even called Page a coward. CM Punk's promo on Adam Page was not part of the plans and was a shoot. In fact, Punk even got heat on himself due to the promo while speaking on Busted Open Radio. Oh, God, it's that freaking clown. That clown. He was speaking to that freaking clown, Bully Ray, on Busted Open Radio. That freaking geek, Bully Ray, ripped CM Punk for creating a bad perception of Adam Page with his promo. I don't know if ripping CM Punk for creating a bad perception of Adam Page with his promos was a good idea or not. I mean, CM Punk is known for cutting the best promos in AEW. He was known for cutting the greatest promos in all of WWE. I don't think Bully Ray should really be ripping CM Punk for creating a bad perception of Adam Page with his promo. I don't think he should be doing that. So this is what Bully Ray said. Even though I don't even want to read it. Unfortunately, I have to. I want to because I want you guys. This is for you guys. I'm reading this for you guys, not for me. So Bully Ray said, and I quote, "If you are going out on road like this, the other guy has to know about it because you are now creating an environment that's not comfortable. First of all, you are creating a perception that your homegrown babyface is actually a coward." That was not nice coming from Bully Ray. That was not nice calling him that. That's not cool. This is coming from the asshole clown, Bully Ray, and is not going to answer the call. Not a good perception thing. So listen, this Wednesday on Dynamite, I honestly feel that Heyman has to respond in some way, shape, or form within the context of storyline. End quote. So all that came from Bully Ray. That's what Bully Ray said. And he busted open radio. And honestly, Bully Ray's takes and opinions are fucking garbage. His takes and opinions are as worse as Booker T's. Like, nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit about this guy anymore. The only time that people gave a shit about Bully Ray was when he was a good tag team with Devon Dudley. That's the only time people cared about Bully Ray. Bully Ray saying all these negative things on the busted open radio is making him look like a complete fucking idiot. He needs to just shut the fuck up. Sometimes he does. He needs to. I don't mean to say it, but it's the truth. Shut the fuck up. If you don't have anything positive to say about CM Punk, get off the fucking busted open radio. Nobody gives a damn about your opinions. God, Bully Ray's takes are garbage. His takes suck. Always shitting on somebody that he doesn't like, but yet can't even have the balls to shit on himself. Doesn't even have the balls to shit on himself. Yet he goes and shits on Punk in his promos. God, Bully Ray is such a fucking virgin, man. The biggest version I've ever seen in my life, man. Seriously. What is y'all's take on this story? Sound off in the live chat or in the comments below when the stream ends. Moving on to the next news. We got a lot more news to go over, folks. So bear with me. And those of you that are just joining the live chat, hit that thumbs up on the stream if you are enjoying listening to me give you all the news coming out of last week. Hit that subscribe button. Most importantly, if you're new, we are almost. I am so excited. I'm so happy. We are almost at 400 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for supporting the IWN YouTube channel. Keep on supporting the channel in any way you can. Keep sharing my watch-alongs. Keep sharing my reviews. Keep sharing my videos. Keep sharing my game live streams to every single person on social media platform and encourage them to subscribe if they knew. If they want to see Dragon Ball Z Verse 2 content or WWE 2K22 content or more wrestling content or more wrestling news live streams. Actually, I was meant to say news live stream episodes. If they want to see more of that stuff here on the IWN YouTube channel, encourage them to subscribe and turn on notifications so they don't miss a single watch along or a single review that goes live each and every week. That's what you guys can do for me. I would appreciate it. You know I give you guys a gift in return. You know what I mean by a gift in return. I when I get to like certain subscriptions, like say if I had 500 subscribers, if I had 500 subscribers, I would stream a new game that I've never streamed before, that you guys have never seen before. That's what I mean by I will show you guys a gift in return. That's legitimately what I mean. So when we get to 400 subscribers, as soon as we get to 400 subscribers, you better believe I'm buying that Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, and you better believe I'm going to be scheduling my 400 subscribers Dragon Ball Super Broly movie celebration watch along. We are going to be celebrating. We're going to be partying, man. We're going to be hyped, man. Hell, you may even see me in here smoking a cigar. You may even see me drinking a cold beverage. You may even see me in here working on something, or you may even see me in here high as fuck. You never know. You never know, man. You never freaking know. Anyways, guys, there is some more news on CM Punk that we're going to go over. So, CM Punk, there's some news on CM Punk denying being unhappy in AEW. And there's so much more news on CM Punk that I might end up fucking falling out of my seat. Seriously. I'm not even joking. So, we all know that CM Punk returned to pro wrestling back in the summer of 2021. It has to be one of the biggest stories in recent history. Now, he seems to be having a good time on the roster. However, folks, get this. There were rumors of him not being happy despite being the AEW World Heavyweight Champion. And that, to me, is not good. That, to me, is not good. Not good at all. Punk spoke with Justin Barrasso of Sports Illustrated to address the rumors. And he feels creatively fulfilled in AEW. He set the record straight that he enjoys working there. Yes, I remember Punk saying that before. We all remember Punk saying that from before. Punk said that he also tries not to put too much weight on internet rumors. He says, Punk says, and I quote, "Yes, 100%. You try not to put so much stock in internet rumors, but for AEW, I definitely think that's part of our audience. Twitter's not real life, though. On top of that, a lie makes its way around the world twice before the truth puts his boots on or gets out of bed. If I addressed every rumor, I'd be here all day. Of AEW, it's not a competition of who loves it more, or who's the heart and soul, or who's this, who's that. Tell me a second chance to do what I do best, and that's professional wrestling." He said it, professionally wrestle. Sounds like really up to me. Doesn't sound like the behavior of CM Punk that these geeks claim that he is. You know, the fucking fat slobbing versions in the community. CM Punk went on to say that his door is always open. It's that invited reporters can come to talk to him in order to get his side of the story based on negative stories or rumors. You know, I'm tired. I'm so tired of hearing negative things, period. I'm so tired of negativity. I'm so tired of the word negative. So sick of the word negative, I feel like throwing outside my window. Gee, Christ, man. Seriously. Punk went on to say that his door is always open. He even says that reporters can come talk to him in order to get his side of the story based on negative stories or rumors. It's one side of the story, Punk, that the locker room is never closed. It's always open. Always open. Anybody who wants the Wrestling Observer's Dave Meltzer some bullshit can come talk to me about it. It's not macho, stupid bullshit. He said, come talk to me. The veteran also addressed how he called out Page and noted that he's trying to sell tickets and tell stories. Obviously, he's not a fan of the current narrative about this issue backstage in AEW. Sure, I don't blame him. I know I would either. That's what I'm here to do. Make people want to see what happens next. Punk says, I'm trying to sell tickets to the live events. That goes back to me. Twitter isn't the real world. It's really not. Twitter has a toxic fucking. I don't even know. Twitter has a fucking Nimrod idiots on there. Social media, folks. Twitter is not a good. It's not a good platform. Twitter is absolutely not a good platform. Get off of social media. Not even Facebook. Not even Instagram. All these social media platforms are a complete nothing but full of talkers and full of idiots on there, man. That's why I don't even get on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook much now. Twitter is a bunch of people that don't really care about your opinion. And that's true. That's true. Hell, these WWE in the community didn't care my opinion. My opinion on Levesque, my opinion on Vince McMahon, my opinion on Britt. They want my opinions that share their world. I'm trying to tell Twitter, my Twitter, and I will never be getting them back again. I stole from Twitter. Fuck Twitter, man. Twitter ain't no big deal to me anymore. I can get my subscribers without Twitter. I can share my content on Facebook and Instagram, and that's what I've been doing. I don't even need to share my content on Twitter. Fuck Twitter. Fuck Twitter, man. Twitter can go to hell for all I care. And I'm trying to tell stories, sell tickets, and get people to tune in on Dynamite. CM Punk will face term world champion Jon Moxley. Well, he did face. Actually, he did. This was last week, folks. CM Punk faced interim world champion Jon Moxley in the championship match on the 24th of August, which was last Wednesday night. It was a good match. I mean, let's be honest. It wasn't that hell of a good match. It wasn't that much of a good match. Jon Moxley actually squashed CM Punk. He actually squashed CM Punk and defeated him. Folks, what your take is on this story. And what is going to be your take on this story that I'm about to review to you guys, CM Punk cleared the air on the script during AEW promo. CM Punk's one of the top AEW stars, and that has been the case on Rampage. The first dance last year, going through a turbulent phase in the company. Freddie Frenzy Jr. God, Frenzy. This seems like it sounds like a bird, doesn't it? Frenzy. Are you guys listening? Frenzy. Sounds like a version if I've ever seen one, man. Seriously. Frenzy Jr. says that Punk's behavior is for his backstage AEW. Now the Second City Savior is clearing the air. Tony Khan said that CM Punk called Adam Page out because of his issues. However, Punk has since denied being in the company. Many reports say that off the script during the promo, the AEW World Champion, Sports Illustrated, or should I say the former AEW World Champion, spoke with Sports Illustrated to address the reports. He said that through the promo, he is essentially trying to get more fans interested in more tickets to the show. He says here, and I quote, "That's what I'm here to do, make people want to see what happens next. I'm trying to sell tickets to the live events." We've already said that. That goes back to me saying Twitter isn't the real world. Twitter is a bunch of people that really don't care about your opinion. They want to find like-minded opinions to share their worldview. I'm trying to tell stories, sell tickets, and get people to tune in on Dynamite. See what he's supposed to be doing. See, is not stupid. He's not dumb. He knows what he's doing as a professional wrestler. He knows what he's doing. Yet these geeks in the community saying otherwise. Oh, CM Punk is an asshole. CM Punk is a racist. Oh, CM Punk is a pile of garbage. Oh, CM Punk is a pile of garbage too. CM Punk's opinions stand out more than yours. Is that why you're mad? Is that why you geeks in the community are mad? Is that why you geeks are getting at Punk so much? You serious? Give me a fucking break, man. Jesus. Anyways, what is your take on this story, guys? Let me know. Comment below. Let me know in the chat. Let's get some more people in here, man. Things are about to get heated up now because we're close to the end right now. I'm about to get real heated up about some I heard, especially the news on Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara. About to get real heated on this news on Thunder Rosa. All this news on Thunder Rosa's got me heated. All this news on Britt Baker's got me heated. Favorites news on go my favorite female talents, man. Never thought I would be on here about this news. Never thought. There's more news on CM Punk. We're gonna go over it in the. But I want to go over the news on Thunder Rosa relinquishing AEW Women's title. I want to go over that with you guys because I feel bad for Thunder Rosa. I'm thinking about her, and doesn't deserve to be accused of all this stuff. I think all these accusations are from females that are defending this again. When I get to the news, when I get to reviewing the news on Thunder Rosa being accused of berating AEW extras. So it says that Thunder Rosa was planning to defend the AEW Women's World title against Tony Storm at All Out. But these were not happening. Instead of wrestling at the big event, Rosa was forced to relinquish her title due to injury. That's the sad part of it. And the emotional part about it is that Thunder Rosa appeared in the backstage segment where she was crying. Tony Schiavone held the microphone as Rosa revealed that she is forcing to step down AEW Women's World Champion. That's a sad, sad thing. Be stepping down as AEW Women's World Champion because of an injury. That's a sad, sad day for Rosa. I'll never forget that day. I watched that. I watched AEW Dynamite last week. I seen Rosa on Twitter. I seen her posts on social media. That was the saddest day that Thunder Rosa has ever had in her career. Sad day, literally. So, Tony is something she is forced to step down as AEW Women's World Champion. A fatal four-way match will take place at All Out to crown a new interim Women's World Champion. Thunder Rosa did not disclose the reason she is dropping her title, but she did something about an injury. Go figure. Of course, that was going to be mentioned. The participants in this fatal four-way were not revealed at the time. Thunder Rosa did say that he hopes Toni Storm can live her dream, become champion. They later revealed that the match will be Toni Storm versus Harashida versus Hayter versus Britt Baker. Guys, I know my camera is. I know. I see it. As soon as I get finished reading the rest, I'm gonna try to unhook my camera and plug it back in. And I'll hook my webcam and plug it back in. See if it works. But anyways, how this stuff pans out. But they didn't give Thunder Rosa a lot of time to make this heartbreaking announcement. I gotta question this. I gotta question, why are there so many injuries on the AEW roster, man? Why? Anyone in the live chat have an estimate why there are so many injuries going on AEW right now? I can't figure it out, man. Is it because there are some AEW talents that are doing too much in the ring? I mean, I don't know. I can barely figure it out, man. I can barely figure it out. Honestly. My thoughts on Thunder Rosa, and I have more news on Thunder. We're going to go over the news on AEW adding multiple matches to All Out during Dynamite last week. So it says here that AEW officially revealed the date for All Out during the Fyter Fest special edition of Dynamite. The big pay-per-view event will take place inside the Now Arena in Hoffman Estates, Illinois, on September 4th, 2022. It's funny I said that because I thought I heard gunshots outside my window. Yeah, that's scary. That's how you know it's all Salisbury is a bad neighborhood. I am ready to move out of North Carolina. This neighborhood is full of negativity. It's full of negative people. It's full of crackheads. But anyways, they made a few of Dynamite last week. Dash Harwood squared off against Jay Lethal in a singles match during Dynamite last week. Lethal was able to get over Harwood. Sanjay Dutt came to the ring and revealed Jay Lethal's for their big trios match against FTR and Wardlow. Sanjay Dutt stated that FTR and Wardlow will square against Jay Lethal in the Motor City Machine Guns, Alex Shelley and Chris Sabian. They were one of my favorite tag teams in Impact Wrestling. Oh my God! Impact. Nobody gives a shit about Impact. The only time Impact was great was when Kurt Angle, Joe Booker T. Without them, Impact sucks. Impact is a complete waste of everyone's time. Impact. I see why I say Impact so much. Impact is a pile of garbage. One of the worst promotions you would ever chosen. Literally. And that's reality. That's reality. Literally. I sound like Matty Rakowski, I know. I'm telling the truth. Nothing but the truth. I'm not trying to say it in any negative way, you know. Lethal and Machine Guns have a history together. In Impact Wrestling. Impact. Oh my God. An interim women's world champion will be crowned at All Out after Thunder Rosa relinquished her title due to Dynamite last week. We know that. We've already went over that. Toni Storm, Dr. Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, and Hikaru Shida will fight for the title in a fatal four-way match. What do you guys think of the news on AEW adding multiple matches to All Out? Let me know in the live chats. I'm gonna keep saying it until somebody says something in the live chat. The live chat's dead right now. Come on, man, let's get that live chat going. Get the live chat filled up. Where's the right audience, man? I know it's 11:17 midnight, but damn, come on. Jesus Christ, man. I'm now getting started, man. I ain't even got heated up yet. So, this is where a bit serious. This is where things get a whole lot serious, man. So, Kingston actually pie-faced during a heated confirmation. But we actually go over the news on that. There was some news last week on Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara in backstage fight at All Out. And let me tell you, man, it was not a good one. It was absolutely terrible. And I mean that in a whole honest way. It was absolutely brutal. From what I'm hearing about this backstage fight, from what I heard about it last week. So my sources last week were working out where this fight took place exactly. The word was the altercation took place backstage. But there is also a story that the location was the hotel after Dynamite. Sorry, my screen is blurring. It's the webcam. I don't know if it's the internet speed or the webcam. It may be the internet speed. I don't know. We might have to lower the internet speed a little. We have to with the internet speed. But anyways, there is also a story that the location was the hotel after Dynamite. Eddie was new information. There was new information that this was a verbal altercation, and it took place weeks ago, leading to Kingston's suspicion. See, this is what I'm talking about. Tony Khan cannot let things like this happen. He has to talk to both of them and find a solution to problems backstage. It took place weeks ago, leading to Kingston's suspension, which explains his acts in recent weeks. AEW has been getting a lot of criticism. They've been getting a whole bunch of criticism. And when I mean a whole bunch of criticism for stuff, I mean it 100%. I mean it in this whole way, man. Tony Khan is reportedly dealing with a lot of issues backstage, ranging from CM Punk's recep to Adam Page during a Dynamite promo to many superstars being unhappy with their booking. Tony Khan's got a plate, and he needs to fix all this going into All Out. Here's that other issue has come to bite the promotion, and this one impact a match at All Out. It definitely. The Voice of Wrestling reported that Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara got a fist fight, which prompted AEW to possibly suspend the Mad King. As of this writing, there's no official word on why the fight occurred in the first place. Ringside News, my source, reached out to their AEW sources, and they've been able to confirm this report. There was a fight backstage. Versus Guevara was a match for All Out on screen. The feud started after Kingston threw Guevara from the top of the cell during Blood and Guts 2022. Now, Kingston was also verbally upset with his barbed wire everywhere death match with Chris Jericho. He was very upset with how his match was with Chris Jericho. Pretty much. Kingston and Guevara reportedly took shots at each other. We knew that. We know that already. In the lead up to All Out. And with Guevara finally challenging Kingston to a match, pay-per-view several weeks ago, we'll have to wait and see what AEW has in store for the two stars. But it's very likely that their match on September 4th is off. Cannot let shit like this happen backstage. He has to. They need, you know what? At the end of the day, Sammy Guevara, if Sammy Guevara one another, they need to take it to the ring, not take it backstage. Taking it backstage makes things worse. Makes their talents unhappy. It makes Tony Khan stress, and it gives him anxiety. I'm willing to bet. This fight should have been taken to the ring, not backstage. This fight should have never happened in the place. If Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara would have never came close contact with each other, if they would have just walked away from each other, maybe this would have never happened. happened in the first place. But now it happened. It's too late to say that this never happened in the first place because it happened. And now we're seeing news on Eddie Kingston and Sam Guevara every single week now because of this altercation between the two. Great. More problems in AEW. Just like there are too many titles in AEW. So, Thunder Rosa hide it in bathroom out of fear after breaking Jamie Hayter's nose. So there's more news on Thunder Rosa. One other things on Thunder Rosa. So what? Oh, stuff is happening backstage in AEW, and not all of it is good. Of course, we know that. The promotion is heavily criticized, letting egos run wild. This refers to CM Punk's promo directed towards former champion Adam Page, and if there's some sort of drama going about it, there's some drama going about in the division as well. That's what I was trying to say. The voice of wrestling alluded to resentment toward Thunder Rosa from Jamie Hayter and Dr. Britt Baker with the Vow's instant reaction, describing Rosa and Britt Baker as mortal enemies. Yeah, that's the absolute best way to describe it. They had that. They had that shit right. They had that one right. Holy shit, man! Hayter's issue with Rosa seem to have transpired after Rosa inadvertently broke Hayter's nose. Woo! That is terrible. That is a terrible thing to hear. Break Hayter's nose. I bet Hayter was angry about that, and I bet Hayter punching Thunder Rosa in the nose was a way for Rosa to get back at Hayter for punching her in the nose. That's what that was right there. I'm going to turn my camera off for a while because my camera's getting on my nerves right now. My webcam is absolutely getting on my nerves. Keeps doing that blur shit, and it's aggravating. I'm going to pull up my thing. There it is. So you guys can continue hearing me talk. Now, we know that Hayter's issues with Rosa seem to have transpired in a early nose during a match for the AEW World Women's Championship at Battle of Belts 3 on August 6, 2022. Hayter went on to finish the match despite suffering a broken nose. Yeah, broken nose. Imagine that, right? A broken nose. Holy shit, man. Val noted Rosa hid in the bathroom in fear of possible repercussions for giving Jamie Hayter a broken nose during the match. For those not in the know, Rosa relinquished her title due to an injury during Dynamite last week. I just went over that. So it's just a reminder again in case nobody didn't get to hear it, or in case anybody that's just now joined the live chat didn't get to hear it and missed out on it. So a fatal four-way match was revealed to determine the AEW interim women's world champion at All Out. There is a belief that Rosa isn't in fact injured, and she was removed from television only to cool things off in the women's division. So I guess we'll have to see what's next in store for Mirror in the meantime. In the meantime, I will keep you guys up to date on the situation with Thunder Rosa when it's available. Now, my question to everybody is, do you believe there's backstage heat in the AEW women's locker room? Do you think that Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker still have beef? Are they getting along in real life? No, I don't think they're getting along from what I've been hearing. Is Thunder Rosa and Jamie Hayter getting along? No, I don't think they're getting along either. I don't think Thunder Rosa is getting along with any one of them. She's legitimately not getting along with neither one of them. And that's a sad thing to see. It sounds to me like Thunder Rosa might need to go seek for help. I don't know. I don't know if I would have. I don't know if I should have said this or not, but maybe Thunder Rosa needs to go get some help. Maybe she needs somebody to talk to get her back on track, to keep her from doing all these things. If Thunder Rosa is really not doing all these things, then why is she keep getting all these accusations? Why does she keep getting all these accusations? Huh? That's what I want to know. That is what I want to know, man. But my thoughts go out to Thunder Rosa during these times. Hopefully, things will get better for her. Hopefully, she'll be able to wrestle again when she comes back. Hopefully, there won't be no drama starting. You know what I mean? So, that is that, I guess. There is some more news on Thunder Rosa. We will get to that here in a minute. But right now, I want to go over the news on Eddie Kingston being suspended from AEW after confirmation with Sammy Guevara. I want to go over that again because I feel like it needs to be heard. It needs to be heard more. Because that is the top story in professional as of this week. I think that's going to be the topic for this week. It was the topic last week. I could see it being the topic for this week. That is legitimately what's happening. It's freaking sad. It is freaking sad, man. It's freaking so sad. I don't even want to even read it. I don't even want to go over it again. But here I am. Here I am anyway, reading it. So Eddie Kingston's work on the independent circle got the attention of Tony Khan, who signed him to AEW. Kingston made his debut on the July 2nd, 2020 edition of Dynamite, and made his Dynamite debut on the July 22nd, or not on July 22nd, but he did make his debut in the edition of Dynamite, and the rest, as they say, is history. Of course, certain things are history, especially when it comes to watching megastars wrestle in the ring and perform and giving the fans their greatest performance ever. Now, the Mad King is in a interesting situation. We know that. My source of Ringside News exclusively reported that Kingston and Sammy Guevara recently got into an altercation backstage. We went over that. We talked about that already. They were told that Eddie is suspended after a dispute with Sammy Guevara that got out of hand. Kingston was, in fact, suspended in the wake of his altercation with Guevara. This led to the Mad King missing out on AEW live shows and television tapings. Dave Meltzer reported that Kingston was secretly suspended and that the suspension is already over. Kingston versus Guevara was the planned match for All Out. But that no longer appears to be the case. Given the real-life heat that exists between the two, which should have never happened. If they would have, like I said, if they would have walked away from each other, none of this would have happened in the first place. Sean Ross Sapp provided details on the future of the bout from behind Fightful's paywall. He said here, and I quote, Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara were supposed to compete at All Out, but that doesn't seem like it's happened. AEW hasn't confirmed one was or another. But Eddie Kingston has been off television the last couple of weeks, with Fightful gaining word he was briefly suspended by the company. Fightful has been unable to confirm that with All Elite. They were not able to confirm that last week. But they have heard that he's already competed. He's already competed. Kingston has not been present at recent All Elite Wrestling segments. And we've been told, I'm sure all the sources in the community have been told at least one segment to build up the once planned All Out match was scrapped, pretty much. Rumors among talent that we've heard about said that Guevara and Kingston had developed heat, and it developed into an altercation. The word backstage was that Guevara made a comment about Kingston's physique, and Kingston took a swing at him. I just hope Sammy Guevara didn't say something like, Eddie Kingston, you got titty rolls, or Eddie Kingston, you got titties. I just hope he didn't say nothing like that. Because if he did, Eddie Kingston would have really been angry. Now, they've not confirmed that with anyone that witnessed it and reached out to both parties. This feud is continuing as Sammy Guevara and Tay Mello are taking on Ortiz and Ruby Soho on a Rampage, which that match was last week, which Ruby Soho and Ortiz seemingly lost to Sammy Guevara and Tay Mello. Fightful's Sean Ross Sapp noted ahead of AEW Dynamite last week on Twitter that All Out changes were happening. At that time, there were no matches that were publicly set for the show that would end up on the actual card, which is true. They haven't learned if the situation has since been resetified, or the situation or the status of the match moving forward. All Out will take place inside the now arena in the Chicago suburb of Hoffman Estates, Illinois, on September 4, 2022. Guys, my All Out 2022 watch along will be live that day. So make sure you join the chat and hang out with me, man. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be a busy week for me, man. I got to work. Plus, I got to be live with the AEW Dark Elevation watch along, Dark watch along, SmackDown watch along, and I got to review Dynamite and review SmackDown and Rampage. SmackDown Rampage before the WWE NXT versus NXT UK Worlds Collide watch along. And then Sunday will be the Clash at the Castles watch along. If I'm right, I might be wrong. Let me check. Let me double check real quick, guys. Now, Worlds Collide 22 live stream watch along is on the 4th of September. The WWE Clash at the Castles 2022 pay-per-view watch along is on the 3rd. I did say that the other day. I just kind of said it a little bit wrong. And then my SmackDown Watch Along is on the 2nd of September. So it's going to be a busy weekend. So first it's the SmackDown Watch Along. And then on the 3rd, the WWE Clash of the Castles 2022 pay-per-view Watch Along will be live. I don't think there will be no SmackDown Rampage review this week. I don't think I can do it. I may be able to do it. I may be able to schedule it after SmackDown Watch Along. We'll see. I may be able to do it. So after the SmackDown Watch Along and possibly SmackDown Rampage review, my WWE Clash of the Castles Watch Along will be live, of course, and then we'll be live for the NXT versus NXT UK Worlds Collide 2022 live stream Watch Along, and then we'll be live for the All Out 2022 Watch Along. And then I'll probably be live with the Worlds Collide and All Out. I'll probably be live with the NXT UK Worlds Collide All Out review. Probably. I don't know. But all I know is it's going to be a busy weekend for me right now. So. But anyways, it says here that All Out will take place inside the Now Arena in the Chicago suburb of Hoffman Estates, Illinois, on September the 4th, 2022. Odds are Eddie Kingston won't be on the show. But that seems to be the coincidence for this situation. Keep checking back ringside news, my sources. Keep checking back ringside news, and also keep checking back with me, because I am going to be keeping you guys an update on that. And more information, I think, was revealed about this situation as well. Eddie Kingston actually commented on his AEW suspension. So he had this to say about his suspension, and I quote, "You know the truth. I wouldn't lie. I was wrong for being unprofessional. That is the blind fact. He did what he did, and the public can judge that. But I know for a fact I was wrong." Sammy Guevara was not suspended by the looks of it, and the company continues to promote Guevara vs. Kingston for All Out. So perhaps the match will be happening. So the match will happen, apparently, guys. At first, they said it wasn't going to happen. And now they said last week that the match was going to happen. So just those, it's one of those last minute calls, you know what I mean? That's what these wrestling sources do sometimes. Last minute news changes and updates and stuff. Now, are you guys glad that Eddie Kingston admitted his mistake? I am. I'm glad. At least he was being quite honest. If you don't think that, let me know in the live chat and tell me why. Now, there's more news on Thunder Rosa. AEW planned for Thunder Rosa to lose women's title at All Out. I think we've already went over this. But I want to let you guys know. I want to let you guys know something, because Thunder Rosa is one of my favorite female AEW stars in that AEW women's division, on that AEW women's roster. I want to give you guys advice. I want to tell you something. Let me tell you something right now, man. Thunder Rosa and these geeks in the community need to hear this too. Thunder Rosa is one of the best in-ring female professional wrestlers in the business right now. That is a fact. That is true facts right there. Real shit, man. She improved herself significantly over the years to reach the level that she is on. She's a former NWA Women's Champion. She has wrestled in a lot of wrestling promotions, including NWA, Reality of Wrestling, Ring of Honor, and much more. She's even wrestled in Mexico. And I think that's Thunder Rosa's hometown, I believe. Well, no, her hometown is Texas. But she's even wrestled in Mexico. But there's claims that it didn't make her the most effective women's champion. Rosa was planning to defend the AEW Women's World title against Toni Storm at All Out in a high anticipated match. She had to pull out from the match, of course, due to injury. So at this point, this would pretty much tell us that Thunder Rosa is still the women's champion. It will face the new interim AEW Women's World Champion at a later date to unify the titles. While speaking on Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer noted that he competed. Thunder Rosa was going to lose the title at All Out. He said, and I quote, "The AEW Women's Division lost a lot of ground when Britt Baker lost the title. The interest level went down. They were going to make a change. If Rosa was on the show, she was going to lose." Looks like we're going to find out who will become the interim women's champion at AEW All Out. We know that Toni Storm, Britt Baker, Harashida, and Jamie Hayter are all viable contenders. If anything, we know that AEW was already planning to make a big change, a huge, huge change. I'm pretty sure some of you not like Rosa's reign as champion, but did you? Really? Did you? I'm going to be honest with you. Thunder Rosa is one of my favorite female talents on the AEW Women's roster. I did say that the first time, but I'm saying it the second time. Just because I want to say this. Thunder Rosa's AEW World title reign was absolutely terrible. They did not do a good job with Thunder Rosa as AEW World Women's Champion. She barely even got to defend the title against her dream opponents. She only got to defend that title against Serena Deeb, Britt Baker, and I think Jade Cargill. And Jamie Hayter. I wanted to see Thunder Rosa defend her AEW World Women's Championship against female talents like Athena, female talents like Red Velvet, Layla Hirsch, Chris Statlander, Penelope. Even talents like Sasha Banks, if Sasha Banks were to sign with AEW. That would be a good match right there. Thunder Rosa Banks. But Sasha Banks and Naomi are making the return to WWE. They do not plan on joining AEW anytime soon. But Thunder Rosa has so many the AEW Women's roster has so many female talents on that roster that they should have had Thunder Rosa defend her AEW Women's World title against. All those female talents I just named, I would love to see them go toe-to-toe with Thunder Rosa, man, for that title. No kidding. I am not joking right now. I want to see babyface Thunder Rosa versus heel Harashida for the AEW World Women's Championship. You know Hikaru Shida's involved in the feud, and you know it's going to be signaling for a Hikaru Shida heel turn. Shida is turning heel. Either by the middle of this year or by the end of this year. Shida will be turning heel. I can see it. I can see it. We know it's going to happen. We just got to wait and see. Hikaru Shida is turning heel. I'm telling you. I can see her creating a new Japanese female faction in AEW. I could see her, Emi Sakura, and maybe Yuki, whatever her name is. I can see Hikaru Shida being easily one of the best top heels in AEW if they turn her heel. Hikaru Shida would be so bad. She would be so dope as a heel. I really think Hikaru Shida would nail it in the coffin. Asuka nailed it as a heel in WWE. So if Asuka can do it, then Hikaru Shida can do it. If Io Shirai can do it, then Hikaru Shida can do it. Seriously, man. Hikaru Shida has potential to be one of the best top heels in AEW if they turn her heel, if they build her up right, if they book her in the right matches. Don't book her in a match against a heel. It doesn't make sense to book her in a match against heel. If she's heel, it makes sense for her to be booked in a match against a baby face. Build her up for her first storyline as a heel. See how she does. If she doesn't do good, turn her back face. If she does well, then keep her as a heel. That's all I can say. I can't wait for that fatal four-way women's match between Jamie Hayter, Britt Baker, Hikaru Shida, and Toni Storm. That is going to be a hell of a banger. That is going to be one of the best matches, one of the best women's matches on the AEW All Out pay-per-view. And that's all I got to say to that, honestly. That is legitimately all I have to say about that. So, there was some news on the AEW Dynamite viewership from last week. So, AEW Dynamite were back over 1 million viewers last week. It says here that AEW brought a big episode of Dynamite for fans last week. It was very interesting. The backstage conflict might have sparked interest. How did the viewership turn out? Well, spoiler TV. What's up with all these new wrestling sources in the community, man? I'm telling you, man. Ringside News, they know all these sources. All these sources, man. How the heck do they be associating themselves with all these sources, man? My source is Ringside News. How do they associate themselves with all these people, man? I don't get it. Holy shit, man. Ringside News are cool people, man. They really are. They give you real news when it's actually real. Especially when it's exclusive. Especially when it's breaking news, too. But Spoiler TV reports that the August 24th edition of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 1.049 million viewers. So in other words, it brought an overnight average of pretty much 1,149 viewers. With a 0.34 in the 18 to 49 demographic. The August 17th edition of AEW Dynamite brought an overnight average of 957,000 viewers, with a .30 in the 1849 demographic. August 10th episode of AEW Dynamite brought a viewership of 972,000 for Wake by the Lake. They also had a .33 in the 1849 demographics. The August 3rd episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 938,000 viewers, with a .32 in the 1849 demographic. July the 27th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in 976,000 viewers, with a .49 for Fight of the Fallen. The second night of Fyter Fest drew 910,000 million viewers, with a .32 in the 18 to 49 demographic on July the 20th. July 13th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in 942,000 for Fyter Fest's first night. They scored a .32 in the 1849 demographic while they were at it. July the 6th edition, or July the 6th episode of AEW Dynamite brought an overnight average of 979,000 viewers, with a .36 in the 1849 demographic. The June the 19th Blood and Guts edition of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 1,123 million viewers, pretty much, with a .49 in the 1849 demographic. They were also number one in the night for cable, which was great for AEW at that time. The June 22nd episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight average of 878,000 viewers, with a .31 in the 18 to 49 demographic. That was the Forbidden Door Go Home show. The June 15th episode of AEW Dynamite, Road Rager, brought in an overnight viewership of 761 million, with a .28 in the 18 to 49 demographic. June 8th episode of AEW Dynamite brought in an overnight audience of 939,000 viewers, with a .34 in the 1849 demographic. And last but not least, June the 1st Double or Nothing Fallout episode of AEW Dynamite brought in 969,000 views, with a .40 in the 1849 demographic. Now, we'll have to see how the ratings turned out next week as Tony Khan's company continues. Now, what is y'all's take on this story, on the AEW viewership backing over 1 million viewers last week? If you think that's a good thing, let me know in the live chat. If you think it's a bad thing, let me know in the live chat. And let me know why. Now, we are going to go back to the Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara situation. We're going to go back to that. So, Eddie Kingston probably faced Sammy Guevara during heated confirmation. Eddie Kingston made his debut back in July 2020 when he competed against Cody Rhodes for the TNT Championship during his open challenge. Since then, he has become one of the mainstays of the company. Ringside News reported that Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara recently got into altercation backstage. We were told, Ringside News said they were told that Eddie Kingston is suspended after a dispute with Sammy Guevara went horribly. In the end, Eddie Kingston was suspended right after the altercation, which led to him missing out on AEW Dynamite Rampage tapings. Eddie Kingston also commented on his suspension. According to Sean Walsh sat behind Fightful's paywall, the issue between the two began after Eddie got mad due to Sammy Guevara not clearing the content of a promo that ended up being edited off the show. He said, Sean Ross Sapp said, and I quote, "We're told that Eddie Kingston was mad because Sammy Guevara hadn't spoke with Eddie or cleared the content of a promo that ended up being edited off a show. The two had not converged since the Blood and Guts show, where Kingston threw Sammy Guevara off the cage. Man, that was brutal. I saw that. I will never forget that day when he did that. That looked scary. That was a scary scene right there. Kind of scary, but not that scary. You know what I mean? We've heard that Kingston had asked to work with Sammy, who didn't have people exactly angling to work with him after his feud with Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. I thought I'd be mentioning Scorpio Sky name until now, but the original was for Eddie Kingston to win the All Out match. In the edited out promo, Sammy Guevara referred to Kingston as a fat piece of shit. Oh my goodness! Oh, dang! This beef was real, man. That's how you know. Oh my goodness! I cannot believe it was actually told that Sammy Guevara referred to Kingston as a fat piece of shit. Wow! Talk about hilarious, man. Oh snap! Oh snap, man. And shit got real from there because Kingston took exception to it as he felt it buried the match if a fat piece of shit beat him. The crux of the frustration, however, was how Sammy Guevara followed up with this after being perceived as difficult working with Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page, and Sanjay Dutt in the months prior. After that, we're told that Kingston had yelled at Sammy Guevara, who smiled at him. Kingston responded by pie-facing Guevara. Sammy ended up being incredibly unhappy with this, and Kingston was suspended for 2 weeks. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'd be glad when this Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara beef is over. It may be over now because read what it says in the title. It may be over because Eddie now wants fans to forget Guevara drama. But the question that was on my mind is, will they? Will they? And we are going to go over that here in just a minute. Eddie Kingston versus Guevara was likely off the AEW All Out card. The match is going to happen. But at that time, Ringside News, they actually said that all signs pointed towards it not taking place at AEW All Out. So let me get this straight. At first they said it's not going to happen. And then they said in the next article it's going to happen. And then they said in the other article talking about Kingston and Sammy Guevara, that's not going to happen. So they said it's not going to happen, it's going to happen. Then they say in the third article that it's not going to happen. Jeez Louise. Either it's going to happen or it's not. Something. Hopefully we'll find out something this week. If I find out something, whether the match is going to happen or not, I'll keep you guys up to date. Because this shit is confusing as fuck. It really is. No shit. Now, Sammy Guevara didn't have a lot of people angling to work with him before any Kingston drama. At least that's what this article says. Anyway. Now, as you all know, Sammy Guevara worked in major promotions including WWE and Impact Wrestling between 2015 and 2017 before signing to All Elite Wrestling. The record tying three-time former AEW TNT champion is currently having problems with other, and in Kingston isn't the only one who has got problems with Guevara. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Anyway, was previously mentioned, there was a fight in Memphis a few weeks ago after a Guevara promo. And when Guevara came backstage and Kingston confronted him, things went physical. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's what the fans would be cheering that in the arena if they saw that in the Titron. They saw Sammy Guevara and Kingston getting physical one another. The two had to be separate because the star, who is a fan favorite, took issue with something Guevara said about Kingston's appearance in the promo. I wonder who that star was. I wonder who the heck that star was that took issue with something Guevara said about Kingston's appearance in the promo. And it's not even the star. I don't even think the star's name is not even mentioned. It could have been either Scorpio Sky or Ethan Page. Look at that. Consider that possibility. Anyways, Kingston's statement on the incident, seeing that we mentioned Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page's name not too long ago. But anyways, Kingston's statement on the incident was released after being suspended for several weeks and is anticipated to return to Dynamite the following week. This was from last week. This article was written on August 25th, 2022, Ringside News. Fightful Select last week had reported that Sammy hadn't talked to Kingston or gotten his approval for the content of a promo that ended up being cut, which made Kingston angry with Guevara. It said here, and I quote, Kingston had asked to work with Sammy, who didn't have people exactly angling to work with him after his feud with Scorpio Sky and Ethan Page. Guevara was required under rather strict guidelines to avoid bringing up or participating in his ex-fiancées and any of his feuds and promotional material. At the start of All Out, AEW had intended for Kingston to defeat Guevara. Guevara called Kingston a fat piece of shit in the edit promo, which Kingston offended to because he thought it would ruin the match if a fat piece of shit defeated him. The crux of the situation, however, the crux of the frustration was, put it this way, how Sammy Guevara followed up with this after being perceived as difficult working with Scorpio Sky, Ethan Page, Sanjay Dutt in the months prior. We've already read that. We already read something about that. So, following that promo, Guevara ran at Kingston as he yelled at him, to which Kingston responded by turning to face Guevara. As a result, Kingston was suspended for 2 weeks. Infuriated Sammy so bad that Sammy probably ultimately went the hell off on this news. So we're going back to Thunder Rosa now. Actually, hold on. Before we go back to Thunder Rosa, remember when I said Eddie now wants fans to forget Guevara drama? But will they? Remember when I said that? That's in the title. Will they forgive? Will they forget the Sammy Guevara drama? Will they forget the Sammy Guevara drama? Because footage surfaces of Eddie Kingston threatening to legit beat up Sammy Guevara weeks before the suspension. Now, Eddie Kingston's work on the independent circuit got the attention of Tony Khan, who signed him to AEW. Of course, we know that Kingston made his debut on the July 2nd, 2020 edition of AEW Dynamite, and now he is a highlight of AEW programming. We know that. We know they got in their altercation backstage. We already read about that. But all of this can be traced back to a few weeks ago as Eddie Kingston dragged Sammy Guevara. He mocked Sammy Guevara's wrestling skills, stating that the Young Bucks do whatever he can better. So it says here, and I quote, "I know people like Sammy. I don't get it. All the moves he does, the Bucks do, and them better, or whatever. I hope he's there on Wednesday. I'm going to fuck him up. I know you all think this is a work, like using insider terms, but I don't like that little cocksucker." That's what he said. End quote. This is all what Eddie Kingston said. Eddie Kingston also bypassed Sammy Guevara. We already read about that. But this is crazy. This is crazy that you guys are just now finding out about it more than me, man. But it at the end of the day, it feels like I found out more about it than you guys, because I'm giving news out, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, man. Tony Khan needs to fix the issues that's going on in AEW, man. We just want better professional wrestling, man. That's all we want. We want male and female AEW wrestlers to get along with one another, not fight with one another, man. Fighting is not going to solve anything. Arguing with one another is not going to solve not a darn thing. Getting together, talking things out about it will solve the problem. Talking it out, setting your differences aside will solve the problem. That's the only things that will solve the problem. Even walking away from each other solves the problem as well. Which they should have did, but they didn't. Did they? No. That would have been the right thing to do instead of getting into altercation, getting physical and all that. Come on, man. You're fucking serious. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break with this stupidity bullshit, man. Like, really. They're fighting like fucking 6-year-olds. They are grown men. They should not be backstage fighting. They should be backstage talking, shaking hands, making difference. Watch. When Sammy Guevara comes on Dynamite, it's going to be like, well, we know that Escalibur and Taz on commentary, they're going to be like, well, we know that Sammy Guevara and Eddie Kingston had a difference. They had their differences in the past, but Sammy Guevara is a more focused, more than ever. Yeah, right. He better be focusing on taking care of his wife, Tate Conti, before she ends up getting in backstage heat and getting into altercations with Thunder Rosa or other female talents backstage. Just throwing it out there. I hope it doesn't happen between Ruby Soho and Anna Jay. I hope Ruby Soho and Anna Jay are getting along well. I hope everyone in AEW talks things out and put the differences aside and just get along, hang out, have fun, and do what Tony Khan tells you to do. Don't put stress on Tony Khan. He's got enough to deal with as it is now. Don't forget, he has some of the Ring of Honor talent, too. that's on the Ring of Honor brand. You know, and plus he's a part of the NFL. I think he's the president of the NFL. I think so. There's a lot of things Tony Khan has on his plate, man. Give Tony Khan time to fix things. I'm hoping before All Out, he fixes all these problems. Because if he don't, things are going to get even bad. Things are going to get even more worse. I'm telling you right now. I've said this 2 times in the stream, and I'm saying it again a 3rd time. Just because I'm being truthful. Just because I know more than what I'm saying here. Things are going to get really, really bad. And you know what? I have a feeling things are going to get bad at All Out. Things are going to get worse. Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter should not be in the same match together. If Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter are not getting along, and if they got backstage heat between one another, they should not be in the same match. But they need to settle their beef in the ring. If Britt Baker has beef with Jamie Hayter or Jamie Hayter has beef with Britt Baker, they need to set their beef in the ring. They do. And I think at the end of this Fatal 4-Way match to determine who will become the AEW Interim Women's Champion, I think Jamie Hayter is going to turn on Britt Baker. That's what I think. That is my prediction for that match. Jamie Hayter turning on Britt Baker. I hope to God Jamie Hayter turns on Britt Baker. But Jamie Hayter needs a babyface run bad. Really bad. Jamie Hayter has not even been given a chance to win the AEW World Championship. Jamie Hayter's run as a heel hasn't been that good. She needs a babyface run. She needs to turn face. Now that Anna Jay's heel, now you can turn Jamie Hayter face. Give her that top babyface role. So she can feud with Jade Cargill, because Jade Cargill is in desperate need of another female to feud with. And I think Jamie Hayter would be great. Jamie Hayter would be a great opponent for Jade Cargill. I think she would. So I think after this all-out Fatal 4-Way women's match, I think they need to turn Jamie Hayter babyface. Jamie Hayter needs to turn on Britt Baker. And they need to put her in the storyline with Jade Cargill. We need to see a Jade Cargill, Jamie Hayter feud. That should be the next feud in the women's division right there. Now, is it too early to turn Jamie Hayter babyface? No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I think she fits perfectly as a babyface. I think she would do great as a babyface, man. Because it seems like, to me, I think she would do better as a babyface than a heel. Because Britt Baker has too many heels on her side, man. Britt Baker has too many people she's managing. She's got Rebuild coming out with her every week. And then she's got Jamie Hayter coming out with her every week. That's too many people, man. She only needs one person coming out with her. And that's Rebuild. Maybe Jamie Hayter is with Britt Baker because Britt Baker is elevating Jamie Hayter, trying to get her to the top of the women's division. Training her. Maybe she's training her too. Maybe that's why Jamie Hayter is paired up with Britt Baker. Maybe that's why Jamie Hayter is a heel in the first place. So Britt Baker can show her what a heel is like and what a heel does in the ring. But I think Jamie Hayter turning face, feuding with a heel Jade Cargill would be great in the women's division. I think that would boost up the Dynamite ratings. That feud needs to take place on Dynamite and Rampage. Rampage is in need of fresh new matches and storylines. We don't need those 1-2 minute matches. I am tired of seeing those 1-2 minute matches on Elevation and Dark. We get those every week. I don't understand why we get those. I'm tired of seeing that. I'm tired of watching 1-2 minute matches. We need to get at least 4 or 5 minute matches instead of 1-2 minute matches. These 1-2 minute matches ain't getting it. These 50-second matches are not getting it. Like, seriously, man. We want better sports entertainment. We want better professional wrestling. Producing 50-second matches, 1-2 minute matches is not sports entertainment. And it's certainly not professional wrestling. Producing 4 or 5 minute matches is professional wrestling, is sports entertainment. Now, moving on to the next news, guys. We're going right back to Thunder Rosa. We're going to go back to the news on Thunder Rosa. So Thunder Rosa left social media amid injury hiatus. This was last week as well. Why you think I'm going over the news coming out of last week? This news is important to me. They had some of my favorites. Some of my favorite male and female AEW stars. And WWE as well. So, Thunder Rosa seems to be in a lot of trouble these days. I don't think she's in trouble. I don't think she did anything bad. I think she's just trying to prove a point. Honestly. She had to relinquish the title due to injury. Reports came out about her having real-life heat with Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter. And now she decided to take a break from social media. I don't blame her. Social media is a bore fest. These versions on social media be acting like they're in the fucking clown circus and the parade. Like, seriously, get the fuck out of here, man. That's how versions be acting on social media, man. Like a bunch of 8-year-olds, man. Like, get a life, get a job, something. You got more better to do than go on social media talking all your shit. Like, come on. Now, the official Thunder Rosa Twitter account sent out a tweet on Thursday, noting that the former AEW World Champion, the AEW Women's World Champion, is taking a break from social media. We know that. The tweet carried the signature of Rosa's social media editor, Tony Allen. So the tweet said, and I quote, Thunder Rosa is on social media. We ask you to respect her policy. For any business inquiries, please contact me. Tony St. Allen. If anything or any tweets are not on the Thunder Rosa voice, there will be signed accordingly. My signature is TA. End quote. So previously, as previously reported, Rosa is dealing with a severe disc issue in her back that she had been trying to push through for a while. It was said that Rosa was hiding in the bathroom to protect herself from getting jumped after she inadvertently broke Hayter's nose during their Battle at the Belts 3 match. Who's going to jump her? Who's going to jump her? Who's going to jump her? Britt Baker and Rhea? Who's going to jump her? A WWE fan? An AEW geek? I don't know, man. Jesus Christ. Man, sounds to me like she was that scared. She was running like the mini-me. Running like a mini-me to the bathroom, man. Like, seriously. I bet somebody in that crowd was laughing the way Thunder Rosa was running to that bathroom like a mini-me, man. Had to be. Had to be, man. Some inappropriate version geek had to be laughing in the crowd. Thunder Rosa's in the bathroom, running to the bathroom like a 10-year-old mini-me. Woo! Really? Do I find any of this funny? No. Is it inappropriate to be doing that in the crowd? My answer is yes. So AEW will find her replacement during the Fatal 4-Way match between Britt Baker, Hayter, Toni Storm, and Hikaru Shida for the interim Women's World Championship at All Out on September 4th. Yeah, sure they will. Sure they will. Long as it ain't no fuck finish like WWE always had when Vince and Bruce were in charge. Those finishes and DQs, man. I get tired of those fuck finishes. I bet you all do too. We do not need that in AEW. It's enough we're seeing that in the WWE. You know what I mean? For fuck's sake. What the shit with all these fuck finishes and DQs, man. And stop with these chin locks. I've been hearing JD on this podcast saying chin locks twice. Stop with these chin locks, man. I don't want to see chin locks every week. I wouldn't be surprised if a chin lock hashtag trending on social media. Jesus Christ, only a virgin geek would be trending a hashtag chin lock on social media, man. Like, really. Only a geek would be trending that. Only somebody dumb. Put it that way. But anyways, what is your take on the story on Thunder Rosa leaving social media? What is y'all's take on that? I think Thunder Rosa made the right decision. She absolutely made the right decision. It was the right call by Thunder Rosa to leave her social media, man. I think she did the right thing. It was best for her safety, and it's best for her family's safety, most importantly. You don't want an AEW female talent finding her address, trying to attempt to fucking kill her dog and shit. Come on. We don't want that. We don't want that. We want Thunder Rosa to be the best Thunder Rosa that she's ever been. Thunder Rosa is going to be better than ever when she returns from injury. Thunder Rosa is probably going to come back as a heel. I think they should turn Thunder Rosa heel, and I also think they should turn Hikaru Shida heel, so AEW can have some heels in the company, because there are too many baby faces in AEW right now. Way too many baby faces, but there's also way too many heels in AEW, mainly too many heels. But I think Hikaru Shida and Thunder Rosa would be a great heel, man. Could you imagine Thunder Rosa coming back, turning heel? Holy cow, man. And then we would get heel Thunder Rosa versus babyface Hikaru Shida. Jesus Christ, man. Talk about dream matches with Thunder Rosa as a heel, man. Heel Thunder Rosa versus babyface Britt Baker? Take my money, man. Seriously. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, man. Anyways. Moving on to some more news. So there was some news on AEW being told by network to tone down cussing on television. They were being told to cut down cussing on television. We'll go over that in a minute, but we're going to go over some more news on Thunder Rosa. So let's talk about the news on Thunder Rosa denying reports of backstage heat in AEW. Let's go over that. So Thunder Rosa, once again, we know she's one of the best female professional wrestlers to ever stepped inside the squared circle. She improved herself in the NWA, which is what I said earlier. She was known for her greatness in NWA, Reality of Wrestling, Ring of Honor, Mission Pro Wrestling, all these wrestling promotions that Thunder Rosa made herself known for. All these wrestling promotions Thunder Rosa made a name for herself in. She was dominant. Thunder Rosa used to be in the WWE. Made herself known there, too. Until she got released. Until she either got released or quit. Because of the shitty creative that was looming in WWE. And they weren't using her right either. From what I was told. I was told that WWE was planning on hiring Thunder Rosa as a WWE referee. Oh, I know. Thunder Rosa said, oh, hell. She probably said in Spanish, oh, hell to the no. I'm not being, you ain't hiring me as a referee. No thanks. I'm out. Adios. Oh, man. I can imagine Thunder Rosa saying that to the WWE creative Vince and Bruce. Adios. You ain't hiring me as a referee, puta. Oh, my goodness. So, yes, Thunder Rosa is one of the best in-ring female professional wrestlers to ever step inside the World Circle. She improved herself in the NWA before becoming a full-time AEW star. She's a former NWA Women's Champion. I said that first time. Now I'm saying it second time. She also denied reports of Backstage. That is nothing new. This was last week. Remember. Rosa was planning to defend the AEW Women's World title against Toni Storm at All Out, but had to pull out from the match because of a serious injury. However, that was not all. Angela Forsters, how you doing? Welcome to the live chat. Hassan, welcome to the live chat. How are you guys doing on this Monday morning? I hope you guys are doing all right. The AEW Sunday Night News live stream is not over yet. We got a lot more news to go over. We got a lot more to go over. And we are not even halfway at the end yet. I may have to take a break after this to go get a drink, which I will, because I deserve it. Because I did so well on this live stream. And I'm going to get ice cream out too, probably. Probably when I get right to the end of the live stream. Which will be a long way from now. But welcome to the chat. I hope you guys are chilling, relaxing, listening to some good old AEW Sunday Night News with IWN. And please, what are your takes on this Eddie Kingston, Sammy Guevara backstage altercation? What are your takes on Thunder Rosa having backstage heat with Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter, Hassan and Angela? What are y'all's takes on that? Let me know in the live chat. So, anyways, as I was reading, Thunder Rosa was planning to defend the AEW Women's World title against Toni Storm at All Out, but had to pull out from the match because of a serious injury. However, that was not all. It was not all it seemed, apparently. Reports suggested that Thunder Rosa has backstage heat with Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter. We know that. We already said that. Went over that earlier. While speaking on Busted Open Radio. I mean, who the fuck watches Busted Open Radio? Nobody. Nobody. Not even JD himself watches Busted Open Radio. Because it has that clown, you know, that asshole, Bully Ray, you know. That glittering idiot. Thunder Rosa denied that she has backstage heat with anyone in AEW. It says, and I quote, this is what Thunder Rosa had to say. This is what Thunder Rosa had to say, y'all. And this goes to show how smart Thunder Rosa really is. She is not dumb, nor is she stupid. It says here, and I quote, "Stop reading the dirt sheets, guys. Not everything that's being said is true. Seriously. And that's why I'm here to clear the air. If anyone has a problem with me, anyone, you can call Busted Open. You can call my number. Tell me to my face. I don't hide from my problems. I don't run from my problems. You can talk to me. My door is open, and that goes for anybody. I have taken accountability for things that have happened. We have talked about it on Busted Open. We have talked about it with people, and that's the person I am. I'm straightforward, and some people don't like that. Some people are schooled of that, but I'm not. That's how Thunder Rosa talks. I'm a trainer fighter. I don't run away from shit. So stop reading stupid shit online. That's all I have to say about that." End quote. That's what Thunder Rosa had to say on Busted Open Radio. Well, get prepared to hear this, because Thunder Rosa couldn't even walk after her back injury. AEW also planned for Thunder Rosa to lose her women's title at All Out. Will she return to AEW television? That remains to be a mystery. That remains to be seen. That remains to be a question looming in the horizons, looming in everyone's head, including the internet wrestling community. What are your guys' takes on that story? We got more. We got more. We ain't done. We got a whole lot more. Time Warner Brothers, or Time Warner Bros. Discovery were reportedly very, very happy with AEW's Shark Week crossover episode. We're going to go over that in a minute. But I'm going to go over with you guys on the news from last week on Toni Storm reviewing her successful surgery. So, Toni Storm, as we all know, Toni Storm had a great run on NXT and NXT UK, but her main roster run was simply unbearable. Unfortunately, her feud with Charlotte Flair. Hold on. I want you guys to see me to do. I want you guys to see me do the robot thing. It's gonna make you laugh. I promise. It's gonna make you laugh. And I'm cutting the camera back on too. I only had it off for a while because it was bluffering. But Toni Storm had a great run on NXT and NXT UK, but her main roster run was simply unbearable. Unfortunately, her feud with Charlotte Flair did nothing to elevate her whatsoever. Now that she's in AEW and going strong, but she's using her experience to make her even stronger. I can't believe I still have this energy. It is 12 o'clock in the morning, and I still have energy to go on and on and on and on. It's crazy. I'm enjoying myself, man. I'm killing it, man. We wilding, we styling, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know how IWN rolls on the channel, man. You guys know. Oh, you didn't know? Storm parted ways with WWE without giving any notice to anyone after a brief hiatus from pro wrestling. Toni Storm made her debut in AEW and has been a regular feature of the women's division since then. Toni Storm took to her Instagram story and uploaded a photo of herself, stating she had successful surgery. The picture in the post shows Storm with some bandaging around her jaw. Ugh. Those pictures were very, very disturbing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo! That looked bad. Toni Storm looked bad in that hospital, man. She really looked bad. She really looked bad, man. I really felt so bad for her. Legitimately. Toni Storm will be present at AEW Dynamite on Wednesday. She will also take part in the Fatal 4-Way for the interim women's title at All Out next month. Oh my God, that sounded terrible. Enough, man, enough. What is this? But we'll have to see if she wins or not, folks. Do you guys want Toni Storm to be the interim champion? Let me know in the live chat. And let me know in the live chat if you're a Toni Storm fan or not. Greetings, Angelo. Greetings. Well, what level Thunder Rose is, we already know what Thunder Rose power level is going to be. And it's going to be... Wait. Hold on. Wait for it. Up, there it is. There is Thunder Rose's power level is going to be
30,000.
When she comes back, it's going to be 30,000. like in Dragon Ball Z, my power level 500,000. Oh, okay. That's just me trying to make people laugh. You know that. So, on to the news on the Warner Bros. Discovery being very, very happy with AEW's Shark Week crossover episode. So there was news on that. And AEW has been a hot hands-on topic of conversation with Warner Bros. Discovery. So dating back as early as MJF's controversial promo, which I'll never forget about that. Even when the news broke about MJF's controversial promo at first, it was crazy. It was beyond sanity. But anyways, it was rumored at the time that executives within the media company weren't very pleased. Uh-oh. Whoa. Well, I guess the same goes for WWE, huh? I bet. Can you imagine the media company not being happy with Johnny Unitas? Divas. People power. Divas. I got the voice like Raccoon from Dragon Ball Kai. I want Divas, Bellas on my TV. Jesus Christ, we don't need Hall of Famers on screen. No thanks. They can stay retired. But anyways, although they might want AEW to tone down the language, they are happy about crossover marketing. Now we have learned some positive outcome for AEW in regards to the company. It seems like Warner Bros. Discovers exclusive, or should I say, executive group. Sounded way better. Executive group has been pleased with the summer marketing with AEW. The promotion ran 2 special Dynamites, with one happening during House of Dragon presents AEW Dynamite, the other happening during the bar bed wire death match between Eddie Kingston and Chris Jericho. Yeah, man. Yeah. Where the members of Jericho Appreciation Society were trapped in a shark cage. it was mentioned behind Fightful's paywall that Warner Bros. Discovery said how there was a high level of trust put in AEW to run the special shows. Now, Warner Bros. Discovery noted that Shark Week and House of Dragons are two of the most important pieces of the product in the company. Now, I'm sure y'all noticed me bending down. I was trying to get my charger to charge the my low power charger, charge the laptop, so the laptop can stay on, so it won't go out because the batteries was about to be low. But Discovery noted that Shark Week and House of Dragon are two of the most important pieces of product in the company, and was very happy with how AEW utilized them both. Hell, I don't blame them. I'd be happy too. If I was part of Warner Bros., I'd be happy, man. Seriously. If I was a member of Warner Bros. As of this writing, there are no known plans for AEW to incorporate more programming tailored to Warner Bros. Discovery. However, it would be surprising not to see more events that meets the needs of AEW and WBD, which stands for Warner Bros. Discovery. Dynamite and Rampage shows have been a commonality for AEW since its inception, and we look forward to seeing more. Just like everybody else in the internet wrestling community looks forward to seeing more, I'm sure the AEW fans look forward to seeing more. Hell, I look forward to seeing more too. I think it really helped AEW in the long run. Well, not in the long run, but in some kind of run, it did. Do you guys think that the partnership between AEW and Warner Bros. Discovery is in good shape? Yes or no? And explain why. Please. I love to know. I would love to know. Oh, and by the way, BLS, welcome to the live chat. I saw your comments. Yes, the network was not happy with AEW. Indeed. I didn't know that CM Punk was being accused of doing the same thing that Thunder Rosa did. I didn't know that. That part I did know about. That's a shocking development right there. That's some shocking news. Something I didn't know about. Let me tell you something. Wait. Yeah, I think we already know. But seriously. Let me tell you something, man. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that, man. CM Punk accused too? I only knew that Thunder Rosa was accused, not CM Punk. Jesus Christ. Looks like we got ourselves a genius in the live chat. So, there's some news on the TBS title match being added for All Out. So the TBS Women's Championship match was made official for All Out pay-per-view, and AEW held a 12 women tournament to crown their inaugural TBS champion. Jade Cargill won the tournament by defeating Ruby Soho in the finals on the January 25th, 2022 edition of Dynamite. Her next title defense was made official during the page last week. Jade Cargill and the Baddies appeared during a backstage interview. Layla Gray interrupted Jade and got verbally bashed. Jade then said she'll see Athena for the title at All Out. The challenger and the champion got into a brawl as the cameras faded. It was previously noted that Jon Moxley versus CM Punk was still planned. Jon Moxley versus CM Punk is still the planned main event for All Out. Moxley squashed CM Punk to unify the titles last week on Dynamite. AEW aired the exclusive backstage moments of Punk after he lost the title during Rampage last week. All Out will take place in Chicago this Sunday on September the 4th, 2022. The pay-per-view event will coincide with WWE's World Collide Premium Live event. So, the lineup for All Out so far is the AEW Internal Women's World Championship match. Hiroshita versus Britt Baker versus Toni Storm versus Jamie Hayter. The AEW TBS Championship match, Jade Cargill versus Athena. The AEW World Trios Tag Team Championship Finals. The AEW World Tag Team Championship match, Swerve in Our Glory versus The Acclaimed. That is such a good creative name, Swerve in Our Glory. Wow. They were able to come up with that name so easily. Trios match, FTR and Wardlow versus Jay Lethal and Motor City Machine Gun. Machine Gun. Holy shit, look at all that meat.
Wake up, filthy.
No, seriously, but Bryan Danielson versus Chris Jericho. Jungle Boy versus Christian Cage. Ricky Starks versus Powerhouse Hobbs. Those are singles matches. Those are 3 singles matches that will be taking place at All Out. Also, the Casino Ladder match will be taking place at All Out as well. Who the participants will be is unknown at this point. Do you guys think Jade Cargill will attain her title against Athena at All Out? I don't know, given that Layla Gray is part of the baddies. You think Layla Gray might turn on Jade Cargill and the baddies at All Out? You think she's going to appear? I don't know. She could. She could very well appear. Now, we are now going to move on to the news on Eva Lisi. That's the next news we're going to go over. So Eva Lisi, she was claiming that she was right about Thunder Rosa all along after reports of backstage heat. So Eva Lisi is trending on Ringside News' website again. Articles being written about her. Haven't heard her in a while, man. Has she been stepping away from social media too? I mean, really? But anyways, before we go over that, we're going to go over the news on Thunder Rosa being accused of berating AEW extras. Now, I went over this last week. On one of my reviews. I think I went over this on my Rampage SmackDown review last week. But I want to read this to you guys again, because I felt bad for Thunder Rosa. She's one of my favorites. And I don't think she deserves to get treated like this with disrespect, man. I don't think she deserves to get accused of berating AEW extras. She's nothing like that. In my eyes, I don't think she's nothing like that. I guess I'm not an AEW star. I guess I'm not in the AEW backstage. I guess I'm not in the ring with Thunder Rosa. If I was in the ring with Thunder Rosa, if I was backstage, okay. I guess I could say I will understand. I would understand why Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter had backstage heat with Thunder Rosa. But till then, I can't see it. I don't see it. I don't think Thunder Rosa is capable of berating AEW extras, man. I just don't think she has that in her to do that. Thunder Rosa is a kind soul. She never hurts people. Have you ever considered the fact that Thunder Rosa punching Jamie Hayter in the nose might have been an accident? It might have been an accident. Who knows? Maybe the crowd had her nervous and her hand was shaking and punched, and all of a sudden she raised her hand up, shaking her hand, and Bam, punched her nose. Have you ever thought of that? Maybe Thunder Rosa has this thing where she comes out walking fast because she's nervous. I don't know. Thunder Rosa used to be nervous coming out with a big crowd. Used to be. I seen it. Trust me. She used to be nervous coming out to a big crowd. And she used to make big mistakes. When you're on medicine, you're mentally shaking. You're on medicine and you're smoking and you're mentally shaking. You ain't had nothing to eat. And of course, you're going to feel like that. Of course, you're going to feel anger. You're going to feel, exhausted. Of course, you're going to get anxiety. Of course, you're going to get agitated. I think Thunder Rosa was agitated. I think she was frustrated with AEW because they weren't using her right on television as AEW World Women's Champion. Remember, AEW were the ones that kept Thunder Rosa off of TV as AEW World Women's Champion. They didn't really have her defending that title as much. It's almost as if she was not being used. She was being kept off TV. Just like that. So you got to remember, Thunder Rosa is still unhappy with AEW after keeping her off TV and not having her defend her AEW World Women's Championship. And she's not happy with the way they used her and kept her off TV. Don't forget that. She's still unhappy till this day with AEW after that. And that wasn't right. AEW knows that they should be booking their champions on TV every week. Champions should be appearing on TV every week, whether it's an open challenge, a segment, or a feud. Thunder Rosa made the decision to take a break from in-ring combat while she heals from pretty much a back issue. Some fans and commentators have conjectured that the AEW Women's World Champion has been written off TV because of rumors of tension between her and Jamie Hayter and Britt Baker backstage. I mean, I'm not saying it ain't. It could be the reason why she was written off TV. Rosa has now assisted to the reality of the harm, but rumors of conflict behind the scenes persist. So, FanBite recently reported that there have been contradicting accounts of Rosa's actions from a variety of sources. She has a reputation. Yes, I said it, folks. It was claimed that she had a reputation. It's claimed she had a reputation for berating opponents and speaking down to coworkers, particularly veterans, according to some employees who spoke to the publication. The AEW Women's World Champion has reportedly had harsh reactions to non-contracted wrestlers who have performed on AEW Dark Elevation. One talent recalled a night when Rosa criticized her of being undertrained. Similar criticisms, though, have also been directed at Rosa. This relates to Tessa Blanchard. Remember Tessa Blanchard? Tessa Blanchard was being accused of all these things in the past. Thunder Rosa, the one person that Thunder Rosa needs to look up to and talk to is Tessa Blanchard. Tessa Blanchard is somebody Thunder Rosa needs to be talking to. Because Tessa Blanchard have been accused of the same thing. Even BL in the live chat said CM Punk was accused of the same thing Thunder Rosa was accused of. Tessa Blanchard was accused of all this stuff too in the past. That is somebody Thunder Rosa needs to be talking to, needs to be contacting. Because I think Tessa Blanchard knows a thing or two about being accused of berating extras. Females backstage were saying that Tessa Blanchard was saying inappropriate stuff and were arguing with female talents. That's similar. Thunder Rosa accusation is similar to Tessa Blanchard. Tessa Blanchard's controversy and rumors of tension between her and certain talents, certain female stars. So Thunder Rosa's issue is similar to Tessa Blanchard's issue. In my eyes, that's the way I'm seeing it. Honestly. Similar to the issue Tessa Blanchard had, man. Legitimately. So, one talent recalled a night when Thunder Rosa criticized her being undertrained. Similar criticisms, though, have also been directed at Rosa. Same goes for the Tessa Blanchard issues. Tessa Blanchard said that same thing. One of the stars once upon a time, Tessa Blanchard was accused of threatening female stars. She was accused of saying racist stuff, racist things to black female superstars. Tessa Blanchard was accused of a lot of things that Thunder Rosa is being accused of now. It's similar. They're about the same. If I was Thunder Rosa, I'd be getting Tessa Blanchard's number and I'd be calling her and talking to her. The 36-year-old apparently vanished for some time after accidentally breaking haters' nose during their last battle at AEW Battle of the Belts 3. Rosa ultimately made an attempt to apologize to Hater. According to the complaint, before shutting herself in a bathroom, the toilet story should obviously be taken with a grain of salt because, according to the fan bite, it might not have been connected to the Hater event. Rosa reportedly lacks several fundamental in-ring skills. That's according to one AEW wrestler. On the other hand, a former Lucha Underground co-worker of Thunder Rosa's rejected the notion that she is a dangerous worker. Wow. The fact that she's being called a dangerous worker, that right there is enough to hurt Thunder Rosa's feelings right there, man. That's enough to drive Thunder Rosa away and have Thunder Rosa crying. Saying that, but despite the fact that they did mention that she is unwilling to take bumps and sell some of her opponent's offense, other wrestlers berated Rosa for working stiffly, particularly in relation to her low dropkick move. Wow. Sounds to me like some of these female talents on the AEW rosters want her going faster than a cheetah can run. Sounds to me like they want Thunder Rosa released from AEW really quick. And it also sounds to me like they're trying to get her out of there as a way of saying, oh, you don't deserve to be on the AEW women's roster. This and that. I think some of the female talents in the AEW women's rosters are just jealous of Thunder Rosa. I think that is the number one thing I think it is. I think it's the fact that some of them are jealous and they haven't really dived deeper into Thunder Rosa's life and haven't seen or figured out who Thunder Rosa is. You would have to talk to Thunder Rosa's mother and father to have them give you an idea of who Thunder Rosa really is. Because I don't think half these fans don't know who Thunder Rosa is in real life, in reality. They don't know what Rosa did as a kid. They don't know what Thunder Rosa did growing up. They don't even know how Thunder Rosa won a judo black belt in martial arts. Let alone, they don't even know that Thunder Rosa is a veteran. Told them don't even know that. Thunder Rosa, one of the greatest female professional wrestlers of all time. Nothing more, nothing less. Thunder Rosa deserves respect. And I don't think she's getting it right now. From all this shit that I've been reading. And I think Thunder Rosa deserves an apology from half of these female talents that are accusing her of stuff. They need to be coming forward and apologizing. They really do. Some of them do. Not all of them. Some of them. Because I don't think that's right to be accusing her of something like that. Come on. You're basically trying to get her off the payroll. You're basically trying to get her fired or released from the company. Just because you're jealous of her and her in-ring skills and her looks. Just because she got a better ass than you. Just because she got a prettier face than you. Just because she wears better attires than you. Come on, man. Seriously. They have got to cut the crap with this. It's not okay to be accusing somebody of something they didn't do. Now, if it's something they really did do, then I can understand that. That's a different story. But if she really didn't do it, then these accusations, she should have never been accused of these things in the first place if she really didn't do it. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't just accuse somebody of something and then you don't know whether they did it or not. If you were there and you're accusing her of something and the word comes out that she really did it, I understand. Then I'll believe you at that point. But right now, I don't believe any of these female talents that's accusing her of berating AEW extras. I don't believe it. Even if the fans are accusing her of berating AEW extras, I don't believe them. I don't believe it until I fucking see it. That's all I'm going to say to that. Bingo. That is all I'm saying to that. Moving the fuck on. Moving on. So, now that I have went over the AEW news, now we're going to go over the WWE news coming out of last week. I have some news on Sikoa. Yes, folks, I have some news on Solo Sikoa from last week. Now, as you all know, Solo Sikoa is the brother of Jimmy and Jay Uso. He's Uso number 3, pretty much. That's not his cousins. That's his brothers. He's the youngest out of Jimmy and Jay. He's the youngest, I believe. I think Jimmy is the oldest and Jay is the youngest. Solo Sikoa is the youngest too. So that makes Jimmy the oldest. That makes Jay and Sikoa the youngest. Now it says here Solo Sikoa made a name for himself through his matches with the likes of Gunther, Carmelo Hayes, Cameron Grimes, and others on NXT 2.0. Most recently, the Samoan took on Von Wagner. Put the lotion in the basket, Von Wagner. Something my older brother would say on the phone talking to me. In a brutal falls count anywhere match. My brother used to say that all the time, though. And he used to make him laugh so hard, man. It made him laugh so hard it almost made him fall out the bed. That's how funny it was. The way Von Wagner said that. Put the lotion in the basket. Von Wagner. Nonetheless, Sikoa came out victorious after landing a frog splash on Wagner from the top. Wrote through an announcer's table. This match took place last week on NXT 2.0. The victory, however, came at a cost as Sikoa was ruled out of further in-ring action due to a PCL sprain. Wow. Ouch, I know that had to hurt. Now, that could have been WWE's way of writing off Solo Sikoa as they figure out main roster plans for him. Now, according to PW Insider, one of the other wrestling sources that Ringside News associate themselves with, could happen in the immediate future. It says here, and I quote, this is what PW Insider said, and I quote, there's been a lot of talk over the last week within the WWE NXT circles that Solo Sikoa, 29 years old, could be main roster bound in the near future, possibly as soon as next month. I absolutely agree with that. Sikoa has previously teased joining the Bloodline. He also revealed that WWE had plans for him on the main roster, but that ended up being scrapped as well. So I guess we will have to see what's next for Solo Sikoa. Do you guys want Sikoa to join Raw or SmackDown? I think he should join SmackDown. I think he should go over to SmackDown. It makes no sense for him to go to Raw. It makes sense for him to go to SmackDown and join Roman Reigns, Jim J, and Paul Heyman. It makes sense. Given that I haven't seen Paul Heyman on SmackDown the last 2 weeks, maybe because he's getting his role back as executive director, Triple H could be in the works of giving Paul Heyman his job back. His job that Vince took away from Paul Heyman. Especially Vince, mainly. That 77-year-old senile dumb fuck took Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman was so upset, man, at Vince McMahon, and I don't blame him. Vince McMahon is such a monster, man. I'm glad he's retired from his duties as chairman. I'm glad he's gone. Goodbye, Vince. Nobody misses you. Good fucking bye. Get out! Anyways. So we got news on big canceled WWE main roster call-up, and this is bad. This refers to Toxic Attraction. I really feel bad for Toxic Attraction, man. I felt like they were going to win the NXT. I mean, not the NXT, WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. At first, I went for Toxic Attraction, but then Toxic Attraction got injured, so I decided to go for Io Sky and Dakota Kai. I think Io Sky and Dakota Kai are going to be the ones to win the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Both of them getting a push in the Raw Women's division. You love to see it. You love to see it, man. WWE has a lot of things in motion, and Triple H is calling the shots. He called the shots last week. He's going to be definitely calling the shots this week. But that being said, there's always the possibility that an injury could derail things. Gigi Dolan is currently one of the highlights of NXT 2.0's women's division as 1/3 of Toxic Attraction alongside Mandy Rose and JC Jane. She honed her craft all over the world before making it to NXT. The group's main roster call-up might have been nixed as well. Toxic Attraction was set to take part in the semifinals of the WWE Women's Tag Team Tournament last week on SmackDown. However, they were pulled recently due to Dolan suffering an injury. So it was revealed that Dolan suffered a concussion, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Gigi Dolan, JC Jane were scheduled to go to the main roster, but those plans might have been canceled. Might be. So it says here, and I quote, this is what Wrestling Observer newsletter said. They said that Gigi Dolan and JC Jane were scheduled to go to the main roster, they did a social media video talking about how they were going to take over SmackDown from now on. But then the video was taken down in the Dolan and Jane versus Natalya and DeVille match. Dolan apparently forgot a lot of the match, and Natalya had a hold the match together. They had to hold the match together. Dolan apparently suffered a concussion, and she and Jane were pulled from the tournament. End quote. By the looks of it, Talk to the Attractions main roster call-up has been at least delayed, if not canceled. So, I guess we all have to wait and see when Gigi Dolan will recover from her injury as well. It is a very tough break for the team. Definitely very, very tough. I can see it. See it in their eyes. I can see it in their eyes that they were upset that this opportunity got taken away from them. You know they're going to come back better than ever as heels. And they're going to injure some of these female stars whenever they get called up to Monday Night Raw or SmackDown. They are future stars, indeed. This might encourage Triple H to go ahead with his plans to call the NXT stable up, because it's his show now. It's his show. He runs WWE. He's the head of creative and talent relations, and he's going to be chairman very, very soon. I would love to see Talk to the Traction on the main roster. We saw them on SmackDown, but I would like to see them officially on the main roster. Not actually on the main roster 1 week, and then a week later they're not on there. Come on. Talk to the Traction is one of the best factions that NXT 2.0 had. And I think them being called up to SmackDown will be a great addition to the women's roster, because the women's roster is in dire need of more female stars. And Gigi Dolan, JC Jane will be a great addition to SmackDown. Mandy Rose would also be a great addition to SmackDown. She was. Back when she feuded with Sonya Deville, of course. And she still will be a great addition. She will be a not-so-new addition. Her new heel character would be a great addition to SmackDown, though. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, there's news on WWE holding next year's Royal Rumble pay-per-view before the Super Bowl weekend. There's news on that. So we're going to go over that. So, Triple H was given the role as the top person in charge of WWE Creative. After Vince McMahon's retirement, WWE fans have clamored for him to become the head for many years, which is why they were elated it happened. WWE is always thinking ahead when it comes to their premium live events. This is especially true when it comes to the major events such as Royal Rumble. According to Brad Shepard on Unleashed Paywall, next year's Royal Rumble event will be taking place on the weekend of January 28th and 29th, which is just days before the Super Bowl, which goes down on February 12th, 2023. Next year's Royal Rumble may go down as one of the best Royal Rumbles that we haven't got in a long time. If the right matches are booked on there, if the matches are produced right, if the shows are written, if the Royal Rumble pay-per-view is written correctly. So, Brad Shepard said, and I quote, conventional wisdom may lead you to believe the Royal Rumble would be held the week before the Super Bowl, but that is not the case for 2023. A WWE source has confirmed that the company is holding the event in 2023 on the weekend of January 28th, 29th. The Super Bowl is 2/12. The The Royal Rumble event will bring forth a lot of surprises and changes, with Cody Rhodes likely returning to the show as well. So we'll have to see what WWE will have planned for the event next year. There is news on Indy Hartwell possibly considered for main roster call-up. Indy Hartwell and Dexter Lumis romance storyline became one of the best things about NXT television. I don't know if it was the best, but I wouldn't call it the best. But due to the payoff at the very end, Lumis proposed to Hartwell last year, and she accepted. Of course, this was a storyline. This was not a real wedding. This was just a romance storyline, basically. It was just a romance segment. With Triple H now in charge of WWE Creative after Vince McMahon retired, a lot of changes have been seen around. This include bringing back the likes of Dexter Lumis. Santos Escobar lost a match to Tony D'Angelo at NXT Heatwave, where he would leave NXT if he was beaten. He made a stop by the show last week, to pick up the rest of Legado del Fantasma. Solo Sikoa is also expected to get called up, according to Dave Meltzer in the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Another name who has been discussed for a call-up is Indy Hartwell, who reunited with Dexter Lumis on the week's show. The entire Legado group with Santos Escobar, Joaquin Wilde, and Cruz del Toro. I don't know why they called Raquel, or what's his name? Rayo Mendoza. I don't know why they changed Rayo Mendoza's name to Cruz del Toro. I don't get that. Why did they do that? Did they think that was a good decision to change his name to Cruz del Toro? It kind of doesn't sound right to me. But the entire Legado group with Santos Escobar, Wild, and Cruz del Toro, and Electra Lopez is going to the main roster. Other names that have been talked about in that regard are Solo Sikoa and Indy Hartwell, although no frame for either. When will Hartwell be called up to the main roster? I don't know. It is likely she will be paired up with Dexter Lumis on Monday Night Raw, whenever that happens. Now, guys, I'm going to take a huge short break, and when we come back, we're going to go over the news on Wade Barrett, WWE changing numerous title belt designs, Valerie, Loretta, and the news on Karrion Kross in-ring return, Roman Reigns celebrating 2 years as champion, much more announced for Friday Night SmackDown. And huge spoilers in the SmackDown September 22 results, as well as WWE possibly looking to turn future performance centers into tourist attractions. I'll be right back after the break, guys. I'll be right back after the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. And now that I am back, let's go over some more. I'm going to go over some more WWE news with you guys before I end the stream, before the WWE AEW Sunday Night News live stream ends. So, let's go over the news on Wade Barrett. As soon as I find it. There it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Look in these notes here. Oh, there it is. All right, so there's news on Wade Barrett resigning contract with WWE. So it says here that Wade Barrett returned to NXT in 2020 and has been playing a color commentator role since then. He signed a full-time contract back in 2020. Now he's sticking around with his position on the Yellow brand, which is good. They need a commentator like Barrett. He's great on commentary, great at what he does on there. He sounds better than Vince Joseph, I tell you that much. Barrett recently appeared on BT Sport for an interview and revealed that he signed a contract extension with WWE to continue in his current role as an NXT commentator. Oh, and by the way, even Vince Joseph's own wife sounds better than him. That's how you know he needs to work on his commentary. So it says here, and I quote, this is what Barrett said. He said, about to hit my 2-year anniversary, just signed a new extension to my contract, actually. Last week, I agreed to a new deal. I'm very happy to be staying around with WWE and continuing in my new role with NXT. End quote. Barrett noted that he is in great shape and will be ready to return to the ring when the opportunity presents itself. Oh, the opportunity is definitely going to present itself for him. For now, he's enjoying his time as a commentator on NXT 2.0. Now, WWE Hall of Famer NXT 2.0 head Shawn Michaels gave major props to Barrett for resigning with WWE as well, saying he's thrilled to continue working together with the 5-time Intercontinental Champion. Wade Barrett signed with WWE in 2007 and reported to the company's then developmental Ohio Valley Wrestling. Barrett competed in the first season of NXT, which he won as well. Barrett would go on to lead NXT rookies against the main roster, in which became arguably the biggest storyline to come from WWE at the time. Bad News Barrett also led the Core, a splinter group of the NXs, if you will, before eventually pursuing a solo career. Barrett parted ways with WWE in 2020 or 2016. Basically, the focus on his acting career was said at the time he was open to an in-ring return. He returned to Triple H's version of NXT as a color commentator on August 26, 2020. The rest, as they say, is history. So, what is y'all's take on the story? I want to know. Now, We're going to go over the news on changing numerous title belt designs. Now, this one is interesting, so listen up for this. You better have on your volumes on this one, because this one is important news right here. We don't want the title belt designs to look ugly. That's why I say listen to this news, because this is important. Triple H became WWE's head of creative on July 5th, 2022, and made some drastic changes to the product. Changes are happening behind the scenes as well, and that has fans and performers excited. So the latest word making rounds is that WWE under Triple H's leadership is making changes to the design of numerous straps. There is, however, no word on which titles are getting their designs tweaked. A Twitter account by the name of Dan Belzer, no relation to Dave Meltzer, better known as Belt and Dan, posted the tweet about belt design changes on Friday, and this has made WWE fans pretty excited. He said, and I quote, "Rumor mill says Triple H making numerous belt design changes," end quote. WWE has pretty much kept the same design for their top titles since 2013, when The Rock unveiled the WWE Championship. The company did introduce a new Intercontinental Championship belt in 2019 and debuted a brand new United States Championship strap just a year later. It is worth mentioning that WWE under Triple H is already seeing a lot of promising changes, with one particular department witnessing positive change after the game took over the reins of the company. I was about to say true. I really was. That was not what I was trying to say. That was not what I was trying to get out of my mouth. Ignore that, please. Please ignore it. Triple H is open to hearing new ideas from the talent as well. We'll have to wait and see what the Cerebral Assassin has in store for the talent, as well as millions of WWE fans around the world. I think it is time for Triple H to introduce new belt designs. These belt designs are looking old now. It's time for them to be changed. I agree with this decision to change all the belt designs. So, there is some news on the WWE recruit, Valerie Lonrita. Again, there's some news on the WWE recruit, Valerie Loretta. Some news on her. That's the woman that I mentioned in Sasha Banks' post, saying that she is going to be the next Sasha Banks, and I really do believe she's going to be the next Sasha Banks. And come to think of it, she looks a tiny bit like Sasha Banks. She kind of reminds you of Sasha Banks and Sasha Banks' gimmick. I think she has that Sasha Banks in her, man. I really do. I really feel like she does. Even though she's an MMA, she was a former MMA boxer, I think she has the potential to be the next Sasha Banks. Sasha Banks is not going to be in WWE for too much longer. She's going to be looking to retire soon. And somebody is going to have to be the next Sasha Banks, and I think that person is going to be Valerie Loretta. She has to look like Sasha Banks. She has to fit like Sasha Banks. And she styles like Sasha Banks. Valerie Loretta announced And well, she doesn't have the hair like Sasha Banks, but Loretta announced in June 2022 she was moving from mixed martial arts to pro wrestling. The transition is finally complete as Valerie Loretta competed in her first match for WWE. 24-year-old took to Twitter on Friday. She took to Twitter on Friday, which was last Friday, and told her fans she had her first match and couldn't wait for the world to see how she fared in her pretty much WWE debut. Valerie said, and I quote, "I had my first match today. Thank you, God, for everything. I can't wait for the world to see me." End quote. The former Bellator star relocated to Orlando, Florida, the home of WWE Performance Center, in July. She made her debut at an NXT house show later that month. Valerie Loretta believed pro wrestling is easier than MMA as well. So that's how WWE's first ever Cuban American signee fares in her match for WWE. Like I said, she has the potential to be the next Sasha Banks. She really does. I see a Sasha Banks in her already. I can see it already. She has star potential written all over. I don't want to start getting ahead of Sasha Banks, but I feel like some days in wrestling are soon going to be over. And I'm going to miss Sasha Banks. I really am. But right now, Sasha Banks has more potential than you think. Sasha Banks is the greatest of all time. She is one of my favorite female superstars of all time in the WWE. She can get it done in the ring and outside the ring. She has one of the best female character gimmicks in all of professional wrestling. Her bank statement, for an example, one of the best, if not the best, finish or signatures in professional wrestling. She does the dive on the top rope really well as well. In particular, the frog splash. Her frog splash is incredible. Her bank statement, incredible. The leg drop, incredible. She's great. She's great, like she always is. But somebody's going to be the next her, and that's Valerie. I've said it on Instagram, and I'm saying it here. Somebody's got to be the next Sasha Banks when Sasha Banks retires. Somebody has to. Valerie is going to take that spot, I feel like. I feel like she fits in that star spot. I won't be surprised if we get a feud between Valerie and Sasha Banks. I want to see a feud. I want to see Sasha Banks feuding with Valerie. I wonder what type of dream matches Valerie wants herself in. I want to hear from Valerie what opponent she wants to face. I hope she mentions Sasha Banks. My God. Those two faces in the ring, she would learn so much from Sasha Banks, and she would be the next Sasha Banks, man. I'm telling you. My goodness. It would be great. Valerie would feel honored to be in the ring with one of the greatest of all time. The legit boss. The blueprint standard of WWE. Yep, I said it right. I didn't slip. I don't stutter. I did not stutter at all. I'm not making all the stuff. All right. there's some news on Karrion Kross in-ring return, Roman Reigns celebrating 2 years as champion, and much more announced for Friday Night SmackDown this week. I got 2 more things to go over with you all after this, and that'll be the end of the WWE AEW Sunday Night News live stream. Karrion Kross returned to WWE a couple of weeks ago and immediately made an impact. Kross. Oh my goodness, man. Oh, why, man? Why? Why every time I get to an article, I see a word impact? Impact. You know, when I see a word impact, it gets me thinking of this horrendous garbage wrestling promotion known as Impact Wrestling. Nobody wants to go to Impact. It wasn't garbage before, but it's garbage now. Impact. Anyway. I'm not even gonna go there. Anyway, Kross arrived on SmackDown. Boudreaux. Ooh, I said it right this time. And positioned himself as the #1 top heel on the Blue brand.
4 fucking seconds! It took you 4 fucking seconds to piss me off again!
That didn't piss me off. It pissed you off, not me. I love the idea of Karrion Kross being the #2 heel on the Blue brand. Next week, we'll see his in-ring return, which happens to be this week, actually, and so much more. I cannot wait for Friday, man. My Friday Night SmackDown watch along is going to be full. The live chat's going to be so full, it's not even funny. And I hope to expect the biggest audience in my live chat. I hope Tino's Time shows up in the live chat. I hope every single person that's subscribed to the channel shows up. Make this my big night. Make this my big night again. We got to get those 1,000K viewers, man. Again, we got to do it. If you can do it for my AEW Dark Elevation watch-alongs, you can do it for my SmackDown watch-alongs too, man. Make my weekend special, folks, because it's going to be a busy one for me. I'm telling you right now. So not only will Karrion Kross be making his in-ring debut on the Blue brand, also, the company didn't really reveal Karrion Kross's opponent, but that's expected to be a local enhancement talent, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Karrion Kross's opponent is once again, expecting to be a local enhancement talent, man. That does not sit happy with me. That does not sit happy with me, man. Why? Why would you give Karrion Kross a local enhancement talent, man? Why? Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. That's an L right there. Definitely an L. Thumbs down. That's a thumbs down. Why would you give Karrion Kross a local enhancement talent? Give Karrion Kross somebody that will give him a run for his money. Why don't you give him an opponent? Let's see. Why don't you give him Madcap Moss? That's what his opponent should be. Madcap Moss. Madcap Moss versus Karrion Kross. That's the match we should have got on this week's episode of SmackDown. Don't forget, SmackDown was taped. And I have some spoilers on the September 2nd, 2022 SmackDown results. We're going to go over that right after this right here. So, not only Cross made his in-ring debut, but also Roman Reigns will celebrate 2 years of being the undisputed champion. The Tribal Chief won the title during a triple threat match at Payback on August 31st, 2020, pretty much. WWE will tape next week's edition of SmackDown immediately following conclusion of pretty much last night's show. Last night's show, man. Or should I say last week's show? Actually. Because technically, the other episode of Friday Night SmackDown was last Friday. And the new one is coming up this Friday. Now, my sources, of course, will update the results as they are fed to them. I will update you guys on the results as well. In the meantime, I'm going to give you guys tips on the WWE SmackDown September 2nd, 2022 spoiler results. Spoiler alert, folks. WWE presented the August 26, 2022 edition of SmackDown from Detroit, Michigan. The company taped the September 2nd, 2022 edition of SmackDown as well, because the majority of the roster will be heading to the UK next week for Clash at the Castle. Now, folks, this is your official spoiler warning, because I'm about to tell you what happened during the show. My sources, Ringside News, they always have my back. They always have me up to date on what's going on in professional wrestling. That's why I love Ringside News so much. The August 26, 2022 taping of SmackDown will air on September the 2nd, 2022, and it will deal with the aftermath of the beatdown the Bloodline handed to Drew McIntyre during SmackDown this week as well. Matches for pretty much matches for next Friday Night SmackDown were announced last Friday Night SmackDown. Thanks to bodyslam.net for the notes. And thanks to Ringside News for the notes. Thanks to Ringside News for reading this article, for writing the article for me to read to you guys. I thought you guys wanted to know the SmackDown spoiler results a little early, so I figured I go ahead and give you guys that. So Karrion Kross defeated Drew Gulak. Ronda Rousey in-ring promo, she called out Adam Pearce to talk about her suspension. Yeah, Ronda Rousey. Her suspension is lifted because she has paid her fines, and her arrest was unwarranted as it was not criminal. She's reinstated immediately. Pearce said he would have fired her if it weren't up to him. Pearce calls Ronda the single baddest bitch he's ever met. And then Ronda locked him in an armbar. Hibble defeats the maximum male models Marseille and Maxwell. After the match, Humberto Carrillo, the loser, and Angel Garza. You know, the guy that gets all the ladies. Attack Hit Row alongside maximum male models. Street Profits made the save. Happy Garbage, just because he has one of the worst WWE character gimmicks ever. Happy Garbage cuts a in-ring promo where he trash talks Detroit. Corbin then issues a open challenge. Shinsuke Nakamura accepts. Oh, great. Enough with Shinsuke Nakamura versus Happy Corbin. It's enough. We got Shinsuke Nakamura versus Baron Corbin years ago on SmackDown. Jesus Christ. Here goes WWE with a rematch that we've already seen before. Come on, Triple H. Please don't do like Vince or Bruce. Please don't be booking rematches on the show. Corbin versus Shinsuke Nakamura is technically a rematch. It's technically a match we've already seen. Except for the only difference is Shinsuke Nakamura is wrestling a different Corbin with a shitty gimmick. Butch defeats Wig after the match. Gunther and Sheamus go face-to-face, but Wig breaks it up and leads Gunther away. A Viking rules match. Viking Raiders. They're not vicious. You fucking Viking geeks in the community. They're not vicious. Viking Raiders win by pinfall after putting Kofi through double stack tables. The Usos. And Sami Zayn hosts Roman Reigns championship celebration. It shows Roman pulling up to the arena, but gets Claymore kicked when he got out the car. Drew McIntyre heads to the ring and clears out Sami and Usos. Well, Drew McIntyre wasn't lying when he said he was going to be clearing out house. Jesus Christ, he did just that. Then hits a suicide dive onto them all. Jimmy Uso gets out through the announcer's table, and Jay gets speared through the barricade. Drew emphasizes WWE as World Wrestling Entertainment. These are the WWE SmackDown spoiler results for September the 22nd, 2022. But I'm still going to be watching SmackDown anyway, and I'm still going to be live on my SmackDown watch along anyway, just in case something changes. Just in case something changed. Just in case Ringside News are lying. I want to see whether Ringside News is telling the truth or not. This could be true. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, man. All right, guys. Moving on to the last news for the WWE AEW Sunday Night News live stream. So, I don't know if you all saw this one yet, but WWE possibly looked to turn future performance centers into tourist attractions. So, WWE has an excellent training facility in Orlando, Florida, which they do. Absolutely, I agree. Which they call the Performance Center, the WWE PC. It stands for Performance Center, of course. The WWE Performance Center is the home to new recruits. It was the home to recruits like Valerie, Loretta, and that other woman with the mixed martial arts background. The one Valentina knows. I think she's from Brazil. There's another Brazilian recruit, obviously. When I look up her name, I'll tell you. Not going to tell you here, though. And it's also the place where the company tapes NXT Level Up and NXT 2.0. WWE is molding a different use for the PC now. Sports entertainment giant recently asked for fans to express their interest concerning pretty much a future performance center tourist attraction. A survey was sent to fans via email as part of their fan conceal program. I call it the cancel program. I don't know about a conceal program, but I guess that's the right way to say it. I don't know. Hey, if I said it, I said it. PW Insider provided the scoop on WWE's possible plans for turning PCs into fan interaction sites. Says here, and I quote, this is what PW Insider said. WWE issued a survey today to fans on their mailing list, seeking feedback on potential future WWE performance centers, including potential new markets and an additional aspect that would be open to fans touring the facility. Based on what we have heard from readers, WWE is looking into fan interest as to whether they would want to travel to visit this different concept for the WWE Performance Center, with the idea that beyond training talents, it would serve as a roadside attraction for fans visiting the area, perhaps being located within a male or similar cultural hub. Think the Vegas Strip or International Drive in Orlando. The markets listed were Atlanta, Dallas, Nashville, and Tampa. WWE's survey sought feedback on the public attraction aspect for future WWE Performance Center locations that would feature an interactive, immersive tour to engage deeply with the WWE board brand history. And it was also noted that pretty much based on what they have heard and all that I just read, that was all of what PW Insider said. End quote. But it was noted that based on what Ringside News have heard from readers, WWE is looking into interest as to whether they would want to travel to visit the difference concept for the WWE PC, with the idea that beyond training talent, it would serve as a roadside attraction for fans visiting the area. So perhaps being located within a male or similar cultural hub, think the Vegas Strip or International Drive in Orlando. WWE officially opened the Florida PC on July the 11th, 2013. The UK brand, on the other hand, opened the doors on January the 11th, 2019. WWE NXT UK is closing shop to make way for NXT Europe in 2023, but NXT is still going. And now it seems they might get a tour through the Performance Center soon enough. My question to you guys is, should WWE turn future PCs into tourism attraction? Sound off in the live chats or in the comments below when the stream ends. And speaking of stream, that is going to do it for the WWE AEW Sunday night news live stream. If you guys enjoy listening to the news that I went over with you guys here on the live stream here on the IWN YouTube channel, you know what to do. Hit that thumbs up. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Let me know in the comments below what I did, how I did. Did I do good? Did I do bad? What do I need to work on if I did bad? Let me know things like that in the comments below. Because your comments, your likes, helps out the channel, helps out the live streams, videos, and most importantly, it helps me out. Well, folks, I think it's time. Hassan already knows that's why he left. I think it's time I get the hell out of here. I'm not tired. I still would keep going if I wanted to, but it's like 1:59 in the morning. I'm probably going to eat some ice cream, probably sit back and watch some TV, probably go to bed. I'm not streaming 2K22 until after the AEW Dark Watch Along this Wednesday afternoon. And yes, the Wi-Fi extender, folks, I found out that the Wi-Fi extender can be hooked to the PS4. And guess what? I was still streaming on YouTube. And when I did that Demon Finn Balor versus Jeff Hardy match, the stream didn't go black. The stream did not go black. And I was like, wow. So in order for the stream to not go black, I have to have a Wi-Fi extender hooked at the back of my internet cable. And I hooked at the back of my lance port. I have to have an internet cable that's hooked at the back of my Wi-Fi extender. And hook the other one, the other part, to the back of the lance port on the back of the PS4. So when I hook the Wi-Fi extender internet cable to the back of the lance port on the back of the PS4, I kept on streaming. I watched the Demon Finn Balor versus Jeff Hardy match on my phone. And the good news is we're not going to see the streams going black anymore. But the bad news, because thanks to the Wi-Fi extender, I'm going to say it again. The good news is the game streams will no longer go black thanks to the Wi-Fi extender. Bad news is the quality is still a little bluffy. It still moves a little bluffy. And I wonder if it's the speed that we have. Because my mom did tell me we have the highest speed. We have the highest speed that AT&T could offer. And I wonder if it's the speed that's kind of bluffing the quality or not. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. I have to find out this week. But anyhow, guys, that's it, man. That's all I got for you. I am getting the hell out of here. Like I said 3-4 times already. Like I said, if you guys enjoyed your time here in the live chat, even if you enjoyed listening to me going over all the news coming out of last week, hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are almost at 400 subscribers. We are one subscriber away from 400. I am excited. This is what I'm talking about. This is the support I needed. This is the support I've been wanting for years, ever since having this YouTube channel, man. No, I don't sound emotional. No, I'm not crying. I'm just happy and excited. Because you guys are the best. Without you guys, I wouldn't even have a YouTube channel. Period, man. Period, point blank. Tomorrow, my AEW Dark Elevation watch along will be live. The stream will start at either 1 o'clock p.m. or 1:30 p.m. But I think I'm going to schedule it for 1 o'clock p.m. Yeah, my AEW Dark Elevation watch along will be scheduled to go live at 1 o'clock p.m. The stream will start at 1:20. I want to get the stream started a little bit early. You guys are still going to get to listen to some good royalty music, but I want my streams to start early sometime. because I may have to go to work after the stream ends. You know what I mean? So. And I think, as far as elevation goes, let me see what episode that they got going on for tonight. All I have to do is look at my other AEW watch along, my AEW Dark Elevation watch along, and then I'll know what the next episode is. That'll be streamed on All Elite Wrestlers YouTube channel this Monday night, which happens to be today. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Guys, my AEW Dark Elevation watch along will be live for episode 78. My AEW Dark watch along will be live this Wednesday afternoon. Stream will start at 4 p.m. We'll be live for episode 158 for Dark. The Elevation is episode 78. And then we're going to stream some WWE 2K22 after that. And then the Dynamite review will be live after that. So, and then Friday, my Friday Night SmackDown watch along will be live. And then Saturday, I think it's WWE Clash at the Castle. Yes, Saturday is WWE Clash at the Castle. My stream will start at 12:15 p.m. I'm going to try to set my clock to 11 p.m. Try to get up. I'm try to smoke like 1 or 2 things of sweet off, so I want to keep on sleeping, getting up late. And then Sunday, the NXT versus NXT UK Worlds Collide 2022 watch along, and as well as the AEW All Out watch alongs will be live. And then I'll be reviewing both shows. So it's going to be a busy week for me, guys. But I'll get through it. I love professional wrestling. And I want better professional wrestling. That's it. And I care about the young talents that deserve to get their push in the company, in WWE and AEW. Every young talent deserves a push every now and then. That's if their gimmick is great. That's if their in-ring skills are great. That's if their promos are great. They have to have great promos, great in-ring skills, great attires, great merch sales, and most importantly, promos. But anyways, you guys take it easy. Have a great start to your week. And most importantly, stay safe.